This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball on the banks of the Ohio, the great American ballpark, home to the Cincinnati Reds. The rubber game, it's the St. Louis Cardinals and the Cincinnati Reds. Welcome to the broadcast booth here in Cincy, and that is Jim Edmonds, the Cardinals Hall of Famer. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is with us as well. Cardinals are hitting a bunch of home runs, spraying the ball everywhere with power in the month of August. 49 home runs. It's our stats with Lowe's, Jimmy.
Yeah, and I believe that's tops in the league, and they have been doing it. I mean, everybody's been chipping in, and I think some of the biggest ones have really come off the bat of Tyler O'Neill. None maybe as far as Tommy Edman last night, but everybody getting into the act. And you can see right there, you said that the home runs, 49 first. But look at the percentage of runs scored with that. And then it adds to this right here.
So the dog days and domination. The Cardinals have played a ton of games here recently without a day off. They're going to get one tomorrow, but in this stretch of ball games, they're 12-4. Average near 300, and the runs per game nearly 7. Leading the way in August, Goldie and number 5. A closer look at those two right-handed batters and Nolan Arenado. It's coming up. Reds and Cardinals on Bally Sports. Albert, Nolan Arenado, Tyler O'Neill. Cardinals with 7 or more home runs, 16 or more driven in this month of August. Those 4 have really picked it up, and all of them in the lineup tonight. Full night for baseball. It is 81 degrees here in Cincinnati, and with Jim Edmonds and Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin, and it's the final game of just a brief 3-game road trip and a 3-game series here in Cincinnati. Cardinals took game 1. Reds last night, the winners. We'll see what's in store here for game number 3. The lineup that Mike Minor, the lefty, will face. It's Tommy Edman, then Dylan Carlson and Paul Goldschmidt, Nolan Arenado, Albert Pujols, Tyler O'Neill, Paul DeYoung, Yadier Molina. And the only lefty in there is Brendan Donovan. So a couple of switch hitters at the top. We like the swings from Edman and Carlson this side of the plate. Donovan has a 12-game hitting streak. He's still in there. And the Cardinals will face Mike Minor. And he beat the Nationals on Friday, 2 runs in a season-high 7 innings. But he's allowed 19 home runs in 79 2/3. That's better than 2 per game, 3rd highest in Major League Baseball. The Hyundai pitch arsenal on this lefty Mike Minor.
See what he's got right there, Danny. That 4-seamer, and if he doesn't get it down, that is the one that's going to leave the yard. Change up and slider. Knuckle curve, I'm sure there'll be just one of those pitches that he shows you. It doesn't use it a lot, but he's going to have to use it tonight, because if you don't get it down, you know where it's going to end up.
Tommy Edman 0 for 7 with a couple of walks against Minor, as the Cardinals are trying to avoid losing consecutive games for the first time in the month of August, and just the second time in the second half. That's how well they have played. And Jimmy, your Toyota key to the game?
Well, just like I said a minute ago, feast on the fastball.
And Tommy shoots that down the right field line and out of play.
Gives up a lot of home runs and a very high batting average on the fastball. So I'm looking fastball today if I'm a St. Louis Cardinals offensive hitter, if you know what I mean.
I get your drift. 0-2 is in the dirt. Only the Dodgers, 30-8, have a better record than the Cardinals, 25-11 since the All-Star break. And the 1-2 pitch inside, and it's 2-2. The Cardinals have had the Reds number this year. They've won 8 of 13 against Cincinnati, but have split the 8 matchups here at this ballpark. Edman jumps on the pitch, but yanks it foul.
Watch out, bat boy down there tonight. He might get some action.
I think you get a lot of action down there.
That left field guy, poor guy. I'd be like, hey, the right field guy, you want to switch maybe tonight?
Yeah.
Just maybe give me a night off.
A lot of righties in the lineup, and there's a chopper hit up the middle and a leadoff base hit for Tommy Edman. Tommy's starting to pick it up.
Well, he is. I think those couple of swings the other way not too long ago got him kind of started on the left side, and obviously the right side he can pretty much hit blindfolded.
Chucky Robinson is behind the plate. Round the horn presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Farmer, Barrero, Lopez, Solano on the infield. And it's Fairchild, Senzel, and Aquino in the outfield.
I want you to keep an eye on old Chucky Robinson tonight and see what you think.
I know you like his defense.
I like his defense. And I like his energy. He's quite the opposite of a normal catcher. A lot of catchers are very ho-hum back there. Just try to calm, sit still. He's got a lot of energy, hustles. He moves around. Gives a great target. You know what that is right there? That's good, young, fresh legs.
And the catching department has been
just tell.
Banged out for the Cincinnati Reds this year, so Chucky Robinson getting a chance.
Well, I mean, how many guys do you see nowadays go into a knee, and just that inside outside corner, they're down on a knee, they're looking for the pitch down, so they just go to a knee. Well, look at this. That's a great target right there.
Double play ball off the bat of Carlson. The turn and 2. It brings in Paul Goldschmidt. He's got 3 home runs against Minor. 8 for 14, a double, the 3 home runs. But hitless in his last 7 at-bats and 5 strikeouts last couple of games. But still leads at the start of play. The National League in average. 7 points ahead of Freddie Freeman. And the first pitch is taken high, and Goldie just destroys left-handed pitching.
I'm telling you what, that is a pretty good season right there, and he's got a month to go.
And the 1-1 pitch off the plate, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Against the lefties, he's hitting .414, 11 doubles, 10 home runs. The 2-1, and Goldie hits it out of play. Not the final time we will see the Reds. That'll be in St. Louis with a 5-game series at Busch Stadium. The 2-2. On deck, Nolan Arenado. Minor lost to the Cardinals back on the 23rd of July. 5 runs in 4 innings. 0-3 in his 3 starts against the Cardinals since the start of 2021. 3-2 pitch. And he walked him. So 2-out walk, and it brings in Nolan Arenado.
Actually, don't forget about that backdrop too, and that just reminded me of that right there, watching him go after that pitch, and it's like looked like he lost it too.
Early starts here in Cincinnati, 6:40 Eastern.
I think I'd rather have a lefty on the mound, especially if you had a bunch of righties. You get a little off to the side and it's not as bright, but if a righty's on the mound right now, I mean, if we could see, I'm going to see if we can't get a highlight or a replay of that, a pitch from right there during the break, and see if we can't get a look at it and see how very difficult it is to see, because you won't believe, Danny, what it's like to try to hit in that lighting.
Nolan Arenado has just been hitting everything lately. Last 11 games, .442 the average, 8 extra base hits, and he's driven in 12. On deck, Albert Pujols.
Check this out right here. It's not as bad right there, but if you think about it, where that camera is, and then drop yourself down 10 feet, and now you're looking from a lower angle up above the pitcher's head, and you're literally looking straight into the sun. Well, the ball is the same color as the sun, and your backdrop is the most important part of hitting. It doesn't matter if you're in the shade, pitcher's in the shade, it's coming out of that backdrop. And so what you see is bright backdrop and a bright ball. So it is not fun at times.
Arenado spoils that pitch. Wonder if the Cardinals will be aggressive with Minor on the mound. Even though he's a lefty, base stealers 13 for 13 this year with Mike Minor pitching. And then you have the young Chucky Robinson behind the plate. Put some pressure on the Reds.
Well, yeah, and you know, a lot of young catchers like to call breaking balls with guys on base, especially guys in scoring position. And also, I think Minor is slow to the plate.
And right on cue, Goldie running. I thought they may do that.
I just hate it when you know exactly what's going on, when they text you from down there and say, watch this, we're going to run, and then you make yourself look good. It's impressive how you do that. I wish I could do that.
I didn't get a text, though, Jimmy. I watch and I study and I take educated guesses.
I was very educated. But I know you have that red phone over there goes right to the dugout.
Travels all season long with us.
Ollie, tell me when. Beep.
There he goes again, and it's pulled foul.
Watch out down there.
I think you're right, Jimmy. The ball boy could be in for a rough night.
His yeah, I think so too. Minor's average, Danny, to the plate, his average on the books is 1.7.
Well, you better have a pretty good move if you're 1.7 to the plate.
And his quick is 1.31. So basically, he doesn't really have a slide step, and if he does, it is not very quickly done.
And another check on Goldie. Pitch number 21 already in the ball game for Minor coming up. Long look, trying to get on the same page with Robinson, and now he has his sign. And the next to the Cardinal third baseman. Popped up right side. Solano was spun around a bit, and it is caught. And Solano and Lopez are tangled up as Lopez makes that catch.
What's that white and green team, or white and yellow team you used to watch in Little League? The Bad News Bears?
Last couple of starts for the Cardinals. That was against Arizona on the Sunday on the road, and then Atlanta last weekend. 8 runs, 4 earned, 14 hits, and a combined 7 2/3. So trying to get back on track here tonight and do that against the Cincinnati Reds. Hyundai pitch arsenal for Quintana.
I was going to say he's had a little rough with the win-loss, but you can see the pitch arsenal right here: the fastball, the curveball, and the changeup. I think that, you know, he's one of those guys where in between with the sinker and the fastball, right? And the location sometimes isn't as good as maybe the other lefties, and when he tries to make pitches, he doesn't really hit his spots. But I'll tell you what, when he does, his stuff is pretty good, and even the velocity when it's not there and it's not as good as some of the other guys, he could pitch all day right there at 92, and that's where he needs to stay. But also, like a lot of guys, you have to establish inside at some point during a game.
One of his best starts this year came against the Cincinnati Reds. And it's 0-2 on India. 13-game hitting streak on the line tonight. He was back on May 15th. He had 7 scoreless and just 3 hits. That was when he was with the Pirates. Got a no decision. Wound up being a 1-0 win for Pittsburgh. And a foul ball.
You see right there that 93 where that spot is in the square. That ball has to be on that edge or in. You can't miss, you know, that. I mean, what is the ball, you know, that little area, what that ends up being like 5 or 6 inches, and 5 or 6 inches the wrong ways. Another couple inches and you're down the middle. So really have to get on those edges.
The ground ball to Nolan Arenado in the first out. The rest of the lineup for David Bell: Senzel, and then Farmer, Solano, Lopez, Fairchild, Aquino, Barrero, and Chucky Robinson. Nick Senzel in center field tonight. They talked about making him a super utility player for next year. So this final month, David Bell is going to move him all over the diamond.
I don't know if I would like to hear that.
Well, I think you'd like to say, you know what, I'm at least going to have a major league spot. So they like me enough to value me to say I'm going to have a role.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I'm just saying I'd like to play every day.
Sure.
That's just me, though.
The 0-1 pitch. Nothing in 2.
Believe it or not, there's a lot of guys out there that, A, don't want to play every day, and B, can't play every day. Even just out there. Some guys can't be in the starting rotation, or some guys can't close. There's some guys that just cannot play every day.
0-2 pitch to Senzel. The check swing did not go. And why do you say that? I mean, is it a physical, mental thing? What do you got?
A little bit of both, but I also think there's times when, you get kind of scouted a little bit more intensely and you have big holes. And I hate when they say you get overexposed, but it's kind of in that way, right? Where you're good for a couple of games against a couple of teams. You can kind of sneak up on them. You look at the guy like what Bo Hart did, when he played and he just went nuts. And he kept going, but just some days, there's guys like that after a year or two or 6 months or even a couple of months, they start pitching a certain way, and then once you start getting, they get you out, you keep going that direction. And if you don't make an adjustment, man, you are not going to keep playing.
I've always said it, Jimmy, the league will figure you out. So it's just a matter of the cat and mouse game of the adjustments.
On either side, too, pitching or on the offensive side, because I've always told you, if a guy gets me out regularly, I'm going to do whatever I can to stop that from happening.
The fly ball to Brendan Donovan in right field, and that's the second out. O'Neill, Carlson, Donovan, that trio in the outfield. And Around the Horn is presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Arenado, DeYoung, Edmund, Goldie on the infield. Yadier Molina is behind the plate. Here's Kyle Farmer, hitting .325 in his last 19 games, and a .921 OPS against lefties. That's the 20th best OPS in all of baseball. So keep an eye on him tonight against Quintana.
I know, going back to Senzel too, I also thought his numbers were better because I think he plays really well against us. But looking back, you're right. He's just a .244 hitter, and I can see where, after a while, you're either begging for some place to play or you're begging them to keep you on a roster. So I guess I'd take the first one.
The Cardinals will have Albert Pujols coming up first when we get to the second inning. The 1-1 pitch, and a fly ball lifted down the left field line and yanked foul. Home run distance, but pulled it foul. Donovan Solano on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Quintana, by the way, has only allowed 1 home run over his last 12 starts. Does not give up a lot of home runs, just generally speaking. But this could be a dangerous matchup here tonight. The 1-2 pitch. Little fly ball lifted out to shallow left center, and the catch made on the run by Dylan Carlson. Had a long way to go and makes the play. Number 5 coming up first when we come back. West brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. By Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the St. Louis area. Find yours at your Mid-America Chevy dealer. And by Car Shield. Car Shield cars go farther. 694 home runs for Albert Pujols as he digs in for the first time tonight. And there's strike 1. Albert and Yadi honored before the game. Commemorative bats given to them by the Reds with their milestone numbers here at this ballpark. The next.
What if they ran out of room?
Right side. Minor. Bare hands. Oh, what a play. Solano, the throw behind him. And Mike Minor with the bare hand gets to the bag and the out.
Did you see where Albert was on the grass? It was like he was running to second base at first. It's a heck of a play right here. You don't have to usually go this far, I don't think. Improvise, right?
That might have been the only way he makes that catch.
Yeah, you can't stop. Think about the difference in your wingspan, right? If you had to turn around and go back. I mean, he had time, but I don't think that that's the way you can do it.
And now it is Tyler O'Neill. He's 6 for 9 with a double and 3 home runs against Minor. Outfield is straight away and deep. The 1-0 pitch. Lined out to left field. Fairchild is there. And out number 2. Been a rough go here recently for Cardinals shortstop Paul DeYoung. He'd love to change that tonight.
Well, I was talking to him the other day, and he found this little bit of a hitch in his swing at the very end, right before he starts to pull his hands forward. And I think it was causing him to get too spread out. So he's trying to correct that and make him a little bit shorter to the ball. And I asked him, I was like, and then this happened to me before because we didn't have a lot of side angle stuff back in the day. And you just stare at stuff, you're like, wow, how am I missing that? And you look at everything you can look at, but sometimes guys don't look at the side angle. So he was rushing. He was getting rushing his body, but then his legs were getting really spread out, and he was carrying his hands too long, and it was causing him to get beat.
High fly ball into left. Stuart Fairchild under it to make the catch. The 1-2-3 from Minor.
Guys, Jose Quintana making start number 6 as a Cardinal tonight. The Cards are 4-1 in his start so far. Ollie Marmol says Quintana has been everything they had hoped for when they picked him up before the trade deadline. Ollie told me he's a pro. He goes about it like a pro. He fits in well with our clubhouse, and he's really stabilized our rotation. He executes a game plan well, throws strikes, and is a guy you can count on. Danny, those trade deadline pickups have really had an impact on the ball club.
There's no doubt about it. Quintana, along with Montgomery, the Cardinals combined are 9-1 when those two have been on the mound. So it's been an impactful trade deadline acquisition of both Quintana and Montgomery. And the first pitch is taken for a ball by Donovan Solano.
What I think is interesting is over the last 20 or so years, how many left-handers since I've been here have we really had that have been able to make a big impact? Consistently. We've had, Garcia was here for a little bit, kind of was up and down. Mulder, and he got hurt. And Chuck Finley had a nice little year, but it almost looks weird to see a left-hander in our starting rotation just watching on TV.
And the 2-0 pitch lined into right and a base hit.
Throwing him out at first right there. Come up and pick that.
MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to Busch Stadium. Buy and manage game tickets, unlock offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. We will effort to try to get Joey Votto to join us.
I'm going to do, for the first time, I'm going to do some work for you. I'm gonna try to throw my status around a little bit.
You're going to get him in here.
I'm going to try. Well, he said he'd come over and say hi. So
I'd love to talk hitting with him.
I would just love to let our fans hear from him, because I agree. He's a great player, and he has been a nemesis for a long time, and it's just nice to see the other side of it.
16 years for Joey Votto. He's injured. It's shoulder surgery. That's a double play ball. The turn and 2, 6-4-3. There's Joey Votto with John Sadak there on the left to Joey's right. Play-by-play voice of the Reds on television. And if you pan a little bit further, there's a really good player in there too. Hall of Famer Barry Larkin.
Sporting their Bally polos.
Not Joey, not yet.
Pretty two on the bookends right there. Pretty two good baseball players.
I wonder if Joey has broadcasting in his future during the
I mean, everyone can't do it. We wouldn't have jobs.
The pandemic season, he would join the Reds radio booth when the team was on the road. He'd just hop in the booth and come in and say hello. Goldie will flip. And the out, so a 7-pitch inning. On Twitter, it is the last time in Cincinnati for two Cardinal icons tonight. Albert, Yadi have given us many great moments here in the Queen City. Please consider joining me in appreciation for the experience of competing against two of baseball's greats.
That's pretty impressive right there.
Very classy. And the first pitch to Yadier Molina, a strike. You had the chance to play with Joey Votto briefly here in Cincinnati, so you saw him in his prime really coming into his own. And Yadi yanks it down the left field line and foul. And a grounder foul again. So Molina here, Donovan and Edman 8-9-1 for the Cardinals. We're scoreless here in the top of the third.
Danny, I forgot about that though. The year I played here, he won the MVP.
That's right. He's won a Gold Glove. He's been a 6-time All-Star. 0-2 pitch.
Second Rookie of the Year.
His career on base percentage, Joey Votto, is .412. Incredible. Over 1,300 walks in his big league career.
I'll tell you what I'd like to see him do. I'd like to see him get his career average up a couple of points and finish above 300.
He's at 297, right? Yeah. Shallow center, backing up Lopez to make the catch.
That'd be pretty big one right there.
Brings in Brendan Donovan, who's on a 12-game hitting streak. Home Depot getting more done, and the longest active streaks right now, Jonathan India on the other side for the Reds, 13. Donovan at 12. Randall Grichuk, former Cardinal, at 10. The first pitch to Donovan. Cardinals are not shy about hitting Brendan Donovan against lefties.
I wouldn't either. And you know how I feel about lefties too. You have to have a lefty in there to keep them from falling into a pattern.
Popped up left side.
Wouldn't be afraid to put two of them in there.
And off the netting in a foul ball.
Nice play right there. Got that carom off the net down. Now they could just work on the ball boy down there.
A ball and a strike. And Donovan hits it out to left center. On the run, Nick Senzel, and that's out number 2.
It's a great swing right there.
While we have a moment, quick word from Jack in the Box.
Mix Good sauce with my new spicy Good sauce for spicy good sauce.
2 outs and Tommy Edman. Only Patrick Corbin and Bryce Wilson have a higher ERA than Minor across the major leagues this season, but so far so good with a couple of outs here in this third inning and no damage done.
You see that last pitch right there. Look where catcher's setting up, and look where the ball ends up. The pitch before, he was set up in off the plate, and he threw a slider or a curveball right down the middle. That's what's going to get you hurt.
And the 1-1.
That's where you got to get it right there.
Minor came over from Kansas City, and the Royals picked up Amir Garrett. He's been with Atlanta originally, Kansas City, Texas, Oakland, Royals again, and now with Cincinnati. And that hits Tommy Edman. You mentioned he's trying to go in.
Yeah, and he got that ball in. I don't think Tommy really saw that very well. He didn't even flinch. I don't think that's what he was looking for. But it works. Look how late he moves right here. I don't know if he's just not looking for that ball. Kept cutting.
Right off the elbow pad, being worn by Tommy Edman, who's got 26 steals on the year. The Cardinals as a team was 77. And the batter is Dylan Carlson.
Got to believe if he gets a read, he's going to go here.
Yeah.
He's got that old school move too. You can see the leg will cross over and go up really high to go to the plate, and then he almost just picks it straight up and a little bit less and just comes right over to you. Nothing really super fancy. The only thing that's going to catch you is if you go first move.
The 0-1 instead of check on Tommy Edman.
That was a little better. Didn't that look better than the first couple?
Yeah.
So you go there, right? And then you go, okay, well, that looks a little bit better. So next thing I'm going to look at is his head. Is he going to look at me, go to the plate? Does he look at home, go to first?
Inside, and it's a ball and a strike. Reds pitchers now lead the major leagues with 87 hit batters. It's a new club record. Robinson, by the way, 1 for 3 throwing out base stealers at the major league level in 6 minor league seasons, 33%. And the 1-1 pitch to Dylan Carlson. Carlson hits it on a hop to the shortstop Guerrero, and he flips it over to Lopez and the out. So Minor is through 3 innings and we are scoreless. 1 of 2 exclusive Cardinals patriotic bucket hats. Cardinals.com/promotions.
Wear those on your farm.
The old bucket hat.
Imagine you sit up in a tree stand with one of those on. No one ever see you.
A little fishing, Jimmy.
That's maybe a little fishing.
Yeah, you put your lures up there.
Oh. Is that what the old bucket hat means?
I have no idea.
That's kind of a fishing hat, though, right?
It is.
It's a fishing style.
Sure.
I don't know, man. Lures seem to just get stuck in fingers. I'm not really a big fan.
It's part of fishing, James. It happens.
It does happen.
And it hurts.
Yes, it does.
3 balls and no strikes.
Lots of pliers to work with.
That's right. Aquino here at the plate. He's got good power, but been limited playing time. You look at the bottom of this lineup for the Reds. There's a lot of swing and miss. Aquino, Barrero, Chucky Robinson. Reds are trying to find out about some of their younger players. Foul back.
I have to say, watching this guy hit, I do not want him to get his hands extended. Now, I wish I could see, you know how they have like those hot and cold charts? I guarantee you his hot chart is anything from middle, away, and up.
The 3-2 pitch. Up the middle and a base hit. It's a second base hit allowed by Quintana.
Backdoor breaking ball right there. The angle of this camera is so weird because it looks like Gaudi's sitting down the middle. He's probably sitting out there on the edge. Curveball just got a lot of zone.
Jose Barrero. He has been basically the everyday shortstop for the Reds since the trade deadline. He was on the bench last couple of games. He's 5 for his last 44. No extra base hits, 20 strikeouts in his last 13 games. And the Reds now, with all the deals that they have made, and some via the draft, but they have 4 potential shortstops prospects in the top 100. You got to think that maybe for this young man, his time could be limited. Never know.
Give him a shot. He's young, athletic, so you just never know how guys take off as they get here and get more playing time.
Time called.
See guys hit in the lower 200s in the minor leagues, and all of a sudden they get to the big leagues and pitches around the plate a little bit more. Stuff's kind of honed in a little bit more, and if you're pretty consistent at the plate, you can do some damage up here just because of the control.
Imagine in the minor leagues, boy, there's got to be some uncomfortable at bats as hard throwers are trying to figure it all out. Ball's going everywhere. A ball and a strike. Cardinals turn to double play back in the second inning. And that's taken high. Reds have 2 hits tonight, a single by Solano, raced on a double play in the second, and Aquino, a leadoff base hit to center here in inning number 3. 2 balls and 1 strike. Popped foul out of play. Very sparse crowd here at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. That's being kind.
What do you and Roland like to say? A lot of people disguise the seats.
That's right. It's unfortunate too, because this is a good sports town.
It is. It's funny. I had some friends in town the last couple of days, and they kept saying how football's right around the corner.
Oh yeah.
And they're in the middle of baseball season.
Runner goes, popped up, and a foul ball just below us.
This young man's from Havana, Cuba. Love to hear those stories.
Jimmy, it's not only in this town with football with the Bengals, but you've got the Bearcats, you've got high school football.
We have big time Cincinnati University here. Everywhere when I was here for that 1 month and a half, 2 months, I mean, that is probably at this time of the year the second thing going is that college. It's pretty awesome.
Obviously Ohio State being massive, so you got a lot of choices when the team isn't putting out a very good product and sports fans look for something else.
I remember right around the end of my career, University of Cincinnati was good in a lot of sports. They were really turning the corner on becoming a little bit of a powerhouse in basketball and football.
Taken in, and Brian Kelly was the head football coach, went to Notre Dame, now at LSU. You had Bob Huggins for so many years here in Cincinnati, the basketball coach, won a ton of games.
They kind of just, I don't know if they've really faded, but they kind of just barely under the radar now. Not the same as they used to be.
Football is big now. I mean, they were playing for the chance at a national title last year.
That's right. Last year they were. Just funny how you see when you live in an area and you see everything. You know, it's like we talk about with watching our first and third baseman. You watch these guys every day, and it's a different animal. But when you're not here and things kind of go, away, and you don't realize how good some teams still are.
And Quintana is only play to go to Goldie in the out off the bat of Chucky Robinson. Runners advance to second and third with 1 out. And the batter will be the Rookie of the Year, Jonathan India.
Speaking of, who's going to be your Rookie of the Year this year? Young man in Atlanta?
I like him a lot. He might be my new favorite player.
He's something to bat pretty good.
He is fun, and he's got a cannon in center.
He hit a ball off of one of our lefties I was watching on TV, and I think it might even have been a breaking ball.
It's Cabrera, I believe.
And he hit the you-know-what out of it. Yep. It was a swing, was just dead on, wasn't fooled at all. And
he can
really
run,
good swing.
Big arm, change their outfield. I like watching Spencer Strider of Atlanta. Wow. He was the young, hard-throwing right-hander that they have. I think Brendan Donovan will get some consideration as well, and should.
I think Yepes was on the path for a while until he got hurt and sent back down to kind of clean it up.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Lined into right and a base hit. One run will score Aquino, and it's 1-0 Cincinnati on the RBI off the bat of India, is 29th. Might be the inexperience too of Donovan in right field on that play. That's one of those in between. Do you come in and get it, or do you let it drop in?
That's a tough play. I don't know if you can really tell. I mean, the ball does stay in the air because of the backspin here, but watch where he's at. Yeah, he was kind of, and you could see him. He was kind of like, it was a step in, step over, step in, step over. And by the time you've done that more than once, you're done. And, you know, a lot of times when you play right and left field, you'll get that little bit of a fillet, like a righty will hit you a little slicing ball that will sink. And that ball was hit so hard it stayed up. And that really is, that ball that's head high coming out of the infield is probably the toughest ball to read.
There's Senzel up and in. Runners at first and third. Cardinals turn to double play back in the second. And Quintana needs one here. Cincinnati 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position in the series. Up and in again. Quintana here at this ballpark, 5 starts and a 2.77 ERA. 3 home runs in 26 innings pitched allowed here in Cincinnati. And Senzel ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Fly to right first time up, and that'll be a foul ball. They'll throw that baseball out. Hits the dirt.
Don't let it get dirty these days.
Hits a foot. Out. Senzel has hit into 6 ground ball double plays. 5 of the 6 have come against left-handed pitching. Barrera at third, India at first.
Just keep the ball down right here. Maybe a little tiny cutter, a little slider, but down, down and away. Let him try to pull it.
Up the middle and past to Young into center. India stopping at second base, 2-0 Cincinnati.
That would have been the pitch right there if he'd have got it down. Make him reach for it a little bit more, but down. This ball just stays up way too long.
There's Kyle Farmer, who fly to shallow left center, and a visit with Mike Maddox. Cardinals will enjoy the off day. They played a ton of baseball here, bunch of games, and they'll get an off day at home tomorrow. Not a travel day. It's a true off day at home. I know a lot of the players are looking forward to that. Then the Cubs in town beginning Friday night. Jordan Montgomery and Adrian Sampson. Cardinals have been sensational at Busch Stadium this year, 42-22.
You said a true off day? What is that?
Well, you're not hopping on a plane.
Wow. It's been a while, like you said.
A lot of the off days at home have been okay. You got half the day and then you're flying out.
Well, and they've done a lot of charity work on their off days. A lot of charity work after some day games. These guys are relentless.
And fouled back by Farmer. Pretty famous date in baseball history that has a tie-in to the Cincinnati Reds. Ken Griffey Sr. and Jr., first father-son duo to appear in a major league lineup. The Griffeys hit second and third in Seattle's lineup this date, 1990. That truly is amazing. Still just
think
shocking.
about that. He was drafted a year before me. He was in the big leagues 3 years earlier than me.
19.
It's crazy. Crazy watching him hit.
And the 0-2 pitch. Elevated and a swing and a miss, and Quintana has his first strikeout tonight.
He hit a ball so far in instructional league one year against one of our lefties and the backfield that it probably would have gone over the like where the Marlins clubhouse is. Like it would have gone up and over that roof the other way.
You're talking about an opposite field home run.
Yes. I don't know if you've ever been to where the Angels are now.
Yeah.
And there's a back road there on that street in Tempe. He hit it across the street in the air, and I was standing in center, and I was like, oh, my Lord.
Play at third, the force, and Arenado stays on the bag. That was the Young's only chance to get an out, and they do. 2-0 as we move to the fourth. Monday, purchase of a theme ticket. Get the exclusive Cardinals cap, and there's also a pregame heritage celebration in the Budweiser Terrace. Cardinals.com/theme. Beautiful night here in Cincinnati. Cardinals trailing 2-0. And we move to the top half of the fourth. Goldie, Arenado, Albert. Goldschmidt walked his first time up and looks at a strike.
I would think this would be. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, my bad.
I was just going to say today is the final day of 26-man rosters in the majors. So beginning tomorrow, rosters can expand again to cover 28 players, no more, no less, and you have to be capped at 14 pitchers. So some decisions upcoming for every team in Major League Baseball to see who they would like to add on their roster.
Do you like the new version, or do you like the old version of the September 1st call-up situation?
Can I say both?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, and I want to know why.
When you had so many guys called up.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't work for if you're doing games, I guess, right?
Well, I just felt like the integrity of some of the games. You know, if you're in a pennant race and you're chasing a team and that team is taking on
See, I never felt that way.
A team that is all they're doing is playing a bunch of rookies or guys that are just kind of hanging on and getting service time, but probably shouldn't be in the big leagues. I
never felt that way. I guess
like that.
I think you probably look at it different than I do, maybe because you have to deal with it up here and more. But I always felt that, you know, how many times were you a part of a team that had 35 guys? You know, it wasn't like it was that much, but I still feel like
sometimes it was.
I feel like it was a great idea sometimes to get some of these guys out of the lineup in a blowout, like where you're not having to worry about your, you know, backup catcher not, you know, being stuck out there and getting hurt, or worrying about, like you said, you only have one more pitcher basically can come up, and so you're not really giving anyone too much rest.
Well, the other thing I do miss,
I'm with
though,
you with it being out of control. Like spring training, you have to have so many guys in the lineup each day.
I think, though, there is a value to young guys getting a chance to experience the big leagues. And the 3-2 pitch fouled back, and we'll have a 10th pitch in this at bat. And I mean just everything. Being around a Paul Goldschmidt, watching Yachty, watching Albert travel.
So
how
you're
they
saying maybe
themselves.
have a little bit bigger taxi squad, and
that's how I would
like
do
a
it.
hockey, you'd almost like make guys eligible for each day.
That's
what I'm saying too, because I think like you still do need a couple extra guys here and there.
One of the bat there by Paul Goldschmidt.
He needed that bad.
Takes it the other way, and he's on base for the second time, and the tying run will come to the plate.
He really needed that at bat, I think, to stay on the ball the other way. Just getting tied up a little.
Yeah, that's the idea that I thought of 4 or 5 years ago. Go ahead and expand the roster, but then on a given night,
squad.
Yeah, you dress X amount of players.
Now, how does that work in hockey? Same kind of thing, right? Like you have X amount of players, but you have to have. Do you have to have so many scratches every night? If you're carrying,
you just got to fill the roster. Yeah. So
you
X
can
amount of players.
You can have a healthy scratch.
Sure.
I know that. I just was curious. Like I didn't know the numbers as well in hockey. Is like even what football's 53, right? So you're going to have a little bouncing around, but you don't see it as much.
You have a practice squad too.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is in hockey nightly, you got guys that are down there practicing. They're either not on the bench during the game, but they're around all week. Same thing here. I just thought it was nice, get maybe 2 or 3 extra pitchers and 2 or 3 extra players, and that way in a given game and a blowout, you're not taxing out your guys.
0-1 pitch. Missed in. Pujols on deck. 1 ball, 1 strike on Nolan Arenado. And I want to see Alec Burleson and some of the young kids that we've heard a lot about already this year that'll be in the big leagues at some point.
Still think it's up to the team to have some integrity, kind of like spring training, At no time can you, let's say, not have 4 or 5 of your regulars out there.
That's a rule.
In spring training, what is it, 5?
I
Maybe
think
even
it is
6.
Yeah.
And there's been some teams. I mean, we've been on the road, or we've actually been at home when guys have sent less than that over, and I mean, it doesn't really bother me, and I'm sure it doesn't bother the coaching staff that much. I've heard people complain in the stands, but I mean, if you want to send over a team to get the mess knocked out of them, then that's your, that's your prerogative.
Good pitch.
It's a good slider right there, breaking ball.
Two and two. Arenado popped out to the second baseman. Alejo Lopez first time up. Short lead at first by Goldschmidt. And the 2-2. Nolan cranks it foul.
Can you see how far inside that ball is and where he got the barrel to? It's almost like his hands never got extended. They just went straight across the zone. Watch where he pulls his hands in. The bat never goes in the zone. It basically just cuts across his body and hits the ball on the, on the break.
The 2-2. And a full count. Can't tell me if you're Mike Minor, you don't think about the guy on deck.
Oh,
3 and 2,
sure.
and you got Arenado at the plate.
You're talking 3 and 2, nobody out.
Yep.
If you put both these guys on, your potential is to miss and be down 3-0. Or
Nolan.
I'm sorry, being down by a run.
Pick up number 28 right here.
Oh boy.
Down the left field line, hooking, gone off the foul pole. Like I said, pick up number 28 right here. He's driven in 89, and the ball game is tied. It's one of those at bats you could see it coming. 2-run homer. Arenado down the left field line and off the foul pole. High off that pole. We're tied at 2.
That is way up there, and I love the reaction here because most of the time this ball's going to break on him. Look at him. And then he's like, oh, it's staying straight, and this is crushed. How about that body angle?
And now it's Albert Pujols.
That's another one of those, when you stay inside it, it goes straight.
One ball, one strike on Albert Pujols, who first time up. Grounded out to first. See him open up just a little bit.
Just a tad. I think he forgot that he went in the first row so easily to right field the other day.
And the 1-2 pitch to Albert Pujols. Got him. The strikeout of Albert.
And you see that right there? That's what we were talking about at the beginning of the year. That's pull mode right there for him. You don't see that very often. Swung at a high fastball. It's almost like, when he doesn't face someone that's challenging him as much, he's just going to try to let it fly, and then it looked like pull mode and swing mode, and then they get fooled by that breaking ball.
Here's Tyler O'Neill. It's the first strikeout for Mike Minor. Home run for Arenado, his 28th of the year. And he's 3 shy of 300 for his career. And the 2-0 pitch. The season that Goldie has had, not to be overlooked, and charging hard, it's Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, you almost want to like have him tone it down, but you want him to have a good season too. Hard to overlook what Goldie's done though, with anyone coming up from behind.
2-2 the count.
You see everyone's got a little bit of that leak in that front shoulder. Trying to fly. Again, Miner's going to miss with that fastball.
And the count runs full. Mentioned O'Neill, very good numbers against Mike Minor. After his line out in the second, he's 6 for 10 with a double and 3 home runs. And you know Minor knows those numbers, so does Tyler O'Neill. And here's a 3-2 pitch coming up to the Cardinal left fielder tonight. Inside. His second walk he's issued. The batter is Paul DeYoung. While we have a moment, quick word from Tickets for Less.
Tickets for Less, for a better ticketing experience. Best seats, best prices, and no surprises at checkout.
Chucky Robinson, the catcher, wanted to go out and talk
what
to
he was doing there.
Minor, and Minor waved him off. O'Neill a threat to steal with 9 this year.
What if he just had a question? What do you want to do? He hasn't played this weekend. I just don't know how to pitch to him.
And that is taken high.
Just lost it a little bit. Need to slow down. That's, I think, a good idea. Somebody needs to go out there and speak. Slow him down a little bit. Get rushed.
And the 1-0 popped up near the dugout, near the screen, and the catch made.
Not what he needed right there.
That'll be out number 2. Yadier Molina flied to shallow center, and it was caught by the second baseman, Lopez. '30th pitch of the inning coming up. DeYoung now over his last 18. The Arenado home run, 406 feet, 104 off the bat.
That was off the almost the top of the foul pole.
Just a question as to whether or not it would stay fair. It did. And Nolan with 28 home runs. Cardinals now a franchise record 50 home runs hit in August. 50. Goldie with 9, Arenado with 9, Albert with 8, Tyler O'Neill with 7. Yachty is over his last 21 and fouls it back. One ball and 1 strike. I realize you had 2 outs, but would you think about a hit and run here with Yachty? You got room on the right side, just a way to get him going. Doesn't think,
why not?
just, you know what? You don't have to think. You're going to swing the bat. You know it. Put it in play.
Well, he's been hitting the ball. He just hasn't been hitting the ball hard, so it might give you something.
There goes O'Neill. He is running, and that's a stolen base.
But I'm also running, I was thinking, looking up there, I'm also running in this count because of just the fact that if I do get to second, he's one of those guys that even though he hasn't been hitting, he's capable of just getting, just trying to get the ball to the grass. You're not looking for a double.
That's my point, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he's gotten a hit in his last 7 or 8 games.
And Yachty hits it on a hop to short. And the long throw and the play completed. The 2-run homer hit by Nolan Arenado.
And a long one down the left field line. Number 28. We're tied at 2. The official car and truck of the Cardinals. And by Car Shield. Car Shield cars go farther. So Nolan Arenado, the home run to tie it at 2-2. Lopez, Fairchild, and Aquino. Lopez hit into a double play his first time up, and that pitch is taken high and away.
Still impressed with that ball that hit the foul pole, just being able to keep that fair. Like I said, the swing before, he just kind of cuts his hands across. Doesn't even matter if you go through the zone if the ball's in there like that.
This has just had the feeling, and I don't know if you feel like this, but of a magical season that the Cardinals have had. And part of that is clearly the talent that you have. And you make a case there's 5 Hall of Famers on this team. You got Albert, you got Yachty, potentially Waino, Arenado building a Hall of Fame career, Goldie doing the same.
For sure. I talk about magical moments. I remember that time, and I've told you this before, when Barry dropped that ball and he kicked it over the fence, Barry Bonds in left field, and I thought, we're going to win. You know what I mean? We were battling and battling, and I just think good things kept happening.
Remember all the bugs that were circling around him?
Yeah.
Was it the old ballpark? 3-1 pitch. Hit out of play, 3-2.
The good old ballpark.
Couldn't believe it the other day, but Camden Yards is now the 22nd oldest ballpark.
That is hard to believe.
They built that, and then all of a sudden, other places looked at that model as Quintana gets to the bag in the out, but baseball specific or baseball only facilities.
Well, I mean, just and they all look kind of the same now. You know what I mean? They all have that general like look where you can see kind of the city in the background, or the the arch, or one side of the stadium is higher than the other. You have some kind of thing to look at out there.
Build it into something that involves the structure of the city.
I love it.
We came here, remember, for a while, and they were building this ballpark, and it took up half of the other stadium.
I was sitting there the other day at the Hall of Fame ceremony, and like I said, we talked about how we missed each other at the beginning, but was talking to Billy the third, and right by the elevator, I think it was an old picture. I can't remember if it was in the restaurant itself or by the elevator. It was the picture of the 2 stadiums next to each other, and then basically the drawing of the outlines of everything, and it said, "You are here," right? And so, and I forgot that Billy was telling me that infield down there in Ballpark Village is the old infield.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we were talking, and then he said, this is Ballpark Village. There's the 2 fields, and he just kept looking at it, and he goes, "You know what?" And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You need to update this." And I was thinking, really? I mean, it's kind of cool because it's older. I'd say, you don't have to update it, do a new one. And he said, "No, I need to update it because now look how big Ballpark Village is."
Fairchild with a base hit out to left.
He was basically saying the original ballpark building that we were in was the only footprint in that parking lot. And so it was just really cool. I think just the thought process of how his brain was working, and talking about where we were and compared to where the stadium is now, and just how much it's changed. And you look at that picture, and I remember playing when half of that ballpark was kind of engulfing all of the old stadium. And I said, "Do you remember driving to work and you had to drive down this little road and it was all dirt?" And he said, "Yeah, you remember that?" And I said, "Yeah, I would never drive anything but a truck to work."
I bet.
It's like driving through a construction zone every day.
Aquino now at the plate. Cardinals turned a double play off the bat of Lopez in the second inning. Fairchild with the base hit to left. He's got 7 hits on the year total, and 4 of the 7, by the way, have been solo home runs. And a base hit for Aquino, and he's 2 for 2.
Take a look at this, Danny. Look what they did for us.
They found it.
Sean Dunston.
Yep.
I'm sitting here going, and we're losing by 2, and it's the 8th. That's a 3-run homer, basically to win the game with the best player in baseball. And I thought, we're going to win this. We're a good team.
Where's the bug spray?
Oh, man.
That was nasty that night.
It was weird, too, is I was in Quad Cities, and they had talked about how the bugs were always so bad, and that year they weren't that bad. So that night I was like, man, I'm so glad. Please don't tell me it's going to be like this the rest of the year. This was my first year. But I remember them talking about how Quad Cities, they would get like that. And they said, no, that was because of the turf. Do you remember they redid the turf?
Right.
And all of those bugs and eggs hatched, and that was like a day and a half worth of that. It was crazy.
Not as crazy, though, as the moth that had to be taken out of the ear of Matt Holliday one night. That was rather nasty.
Some big ears, huh?
Or small moth. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Barrero. And it's taken high, and it's a count of 1 ball and 1 strike. He's 3 for 23 against left-handed pitching. Walked and scored back in that 3rd inning. Quintana with pitch number 60 coming up. And that is fouled back. The 1-2 pitch from the Cardinal left-hander tonight. Quintana taken high. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. With both lefties that the Cardinals acquired, they've really gotten them to throw their fastball more, and it's been effective for them, especially Montgomery.
Well, his control is just a tick better than Quintana's, and I just think that makes all the difference in the world. You know, he just doesn't miss a lot all over the place. He'll miss kind of right in that little area, and so when guys know that you're that close to the zone all the time, you're going to get a lot more swings, and that's what he gets, and he makes his pitches and then continue to pound guys in for strikes. They have nothing, you know, you can't do anything but either give the outside or start waving at the breaking ball.
We'd love the double play here.
It's like right there.
Right side and out of play.
You know, he's trying to get in and up, and he doesn't get it in. He just gets it up over the plate, so you're getting foul balls.
And another 3-2 pitch from Quintana. Hit down the right field line, out of play.
A lot of fastballs. He hasn't really been able to want to throw that breaking ball. This is that time when you want to throw that little bit of off-speed cutter, slider, something small that you can control. We talked about last night. You don't need the big breaking ball because you don't want more of a strikeout. You're looking for just something to put in play, but on the ground. Be a great time for a little slider or just something down.
And a 3-2. Double play ball. And the Cardinals tonight have turned a pair. Donovan leads it off when we come back. Julian Javier and our buddy Matt Holliday. Watch a special presentation of the induction ceremony on Valley Sports Midwest 2022. Cardinals Hall of Fame induction ceremony will air this Friday at 5:30 and after Cardinals baseball on Valley Sports Midwest. There's Brendan Donovan lined out to center, first time up, and looking to extend his hitting streak to 13. Cardinals fell behind 2-0, then tied it up on a Nolan Arenado 2-run homer. The 0-2 pitch from Mike Minor. Since the pandemic hit, 2020 has been Texas, Oakland, Kansas City, Cincinnati. He's bounced around off the plate. 4 teams in 3 years and a +5 ERA in all 3 seasons. Came in a career worst 6.10 into this ball game. Donovan puts it on the ground to Lopez, and now number 1.
It's interesting to look at this, and I don't know if I'm right, and I know you're going to be able to tell me, but possible that Nolan Arenado is the only guy in this lineup tonight that has not faced Minor? He's the only guy on here without an at-bat before tonight.
It was Tommy Edman. The Cardinals have a couple of guys in the lineup that have had big numbers against him. Goldie, Tyler O'Neill. Third time through a lineup, the opposition hitting .329 against Minor.
How about even Adam Wainwright, 2 for 4.
Had been a base hit to center and also was hit by a pitch. Hits it down the right field line, and that'll slice foul and out of play. Cardinals an even .500 on the road and 5.5 games up currently against Milwaukee. 0-2 pitch. 1-2. Milwaukee had to come back against Pittsburgh and win that ball game today. Lined into center, and the catch made by Senzel. Here's Dylan Carlson. I would assume if you're David Bell and you get to Goldie, and then you've got Arenado and Albert Pujols, that'll be it for Mike Minor. I don't think I'm letting those guys see him a third time. We shall see. Carlson twice has put it on the ground to short. Once was a double play, the other a fielder's choice.
Oh, and Goldie before tonight started was 8 for 14.
And hit up the middle, base hit. And we'll see right here. I can't imagine he'd let Goldie face him. We'll see. He asking for trouble.
He's sneaking up the stairs. Well, Dylan Carlson was 2 for 5, so that would be now 3 for 6 off of Minor.
Ian Jabot was throwing in the bullpen, a right-hander for Cincinnati, and David Bell will go to Jabot here. So Minor gets a couple of outs here in the 5th, and then the base hit by Carlson, and Goldie coming up in a tie ball game. And the Nationals purchase of a special theme ticket receive an exclusive Billikens themed Cardinals cap. And for more info, visit cardinals.com/theme. Ian Jabot into the ball game. Last 6 games, 6 in the 3rd, and only 1 run allowed. He struck out 9, and the opposition hitting .174 against him.
He's got a really good fastball too, Danny. 96, slider, changeup, hard, everything hard. The changeup is around 88.
Goldie on base twice with a walk and a single to right and a run scored. First pitch taken high. He scored on the home run by Arenado. It tied it at 2. This is the 17th consecutive game over the past 16 days without an off day. The Cardinals in this stretch 12-4 and one of their best months of August in franchise history. 21-7 as Goldie lifts it in the air out to deep right. Aquino back in, enough room on the track to make the catch. Midway through 5, 2-2.
Skip Schumacher was a teammate of Albert Pujols. Skip is 42. Albert is 42. Schumacher told me, I can't fathom being in the batter's box today facing guys that throw 100 miles an hour and even thinking of catching up to it. He's amazing. I've seen it before. He's always done amazing things. Schumacher told me, you know, Albert runs the hitters meetings along with Goldie and Arenado, and I always look around to make sure the young guys know what they're getting. One of the best hitters ever. Speaking at a hitters meeting, pretty special. Danny's stuff on Albert from Skip, that was also pretty special.
Absolutely. Skip, one of our favorites. And a 2-time World Series champ in St. Louis. He actually finished his career here in Cincinnati. Played the final 2 seasons of his career with the Reds in 14 and 15. Also a great human being.
Doesn't smile as much now as a coach.
You're a coach, you're worried about everybody. As a player, you'd like to say that you are, but man, it's tough in an individual game like baseball. But you do it. He and Ollie always chatting down there. The pitch taken inside.
He just gets that down at the glove, man. He just would have so many more outs, strikeouts, less pitches tonight. Doing a nice job with the pitch count, but I mean, I could count on probably at least 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 balls that he just missed. Nice play.
Tag applied, got him. So DeYoung to throw up the line a bit, and Goldie the quick tag, and they are able to get Chucky Robinson.
I think that's the thing you're missing when you have a guy like Paul DeYoung who's not hitting. He's a valuable piece on defense. He really does. You know, you talk about making the lineup deeper. He makes your defense deeper, and making a play like that is a tough play. And you got to get him, find a way to get him to start hitting again. That was a nice play.
Boy, Goldie makes everybody better, doesn't he?
Yes.
Top of the lineup, and Jonathan India. Goldschmidt with just 1 error this year. DeYoung with 5. India is grounded out to third, and a base hit, RBI. And now he yanks this down the left field line. That base hit was to right field. Just the confidence that if you have a play and you throw it near the bag at first, he's going to get it. He's going to field it.
You just don't have to be perfect, so that
exactly
you don't get throwing errors, but doesn't end up giving you the yips. You know, like when you have to get perfect grip on the ball, perfect this, and then you start thinking too much. See right there, that swing pitch, I think, that's got to be closer. Because he's got such good stuff, and he's been right around the zone. He's just missing it just a little bit.
India hitting .267 against the lefties this year. And the next is popped up. Looks to be playable. Goldie over, and it is in foul territory. And That's out number 2.
India looks like he's trying to hit one out of the stadium.
Big swing. Don't miss your chance to get discounted Cardinal tickets, 8 or more gallons of gas at a participating station using the My Phillips 66 app and get up to 50% off Cardinals tickets. For more information, visit cardinals.com and Phillips66gas.com/Cardinals. There's Nick Senzel. And strike 1.
You think they're all taking like huge swings tonight? Like they're all expecting that fastball middle in. That's where he tried to establish it. Now it's time to start throwing the ball away, keeping him off balance. Keep throwing strikes, but just don't throw the ball over the middle of the plate.
Ali Marmol, by the way, the rookie manager, now 75 wins in his first 130 games managed. There's the pitches by inning. And not too shabby. Ali 75 and 55. On a list with Mike Schilt and Mike Matheny, Tony La Russa in 1996, Joe Torre and Whitey Herzog, their season debuts. Off the glove of Quintana, and that'll wind up being a base hit. If he lets it go, might be a bang bang play. Might be.
It was an easy out right there. DeYoung wasn't too deep. Got a pretty good jump on it. The ball just got completely stopped. DeYoung comes straight for it.
Yeah, he's going to get him.
It's got to be frustrating for both pitcher and the shortstop.
Kyle Farmer coming up. We mentioned his very good numbers against left-handed pitching. It looks like Ali, knowing that, may not want to take a chance here, or just talking to him to find out, okay, how are you going to get this guy? What's your approach? I love it when Ali does this.
I do too. Well, maybe not.
So Jordan Hicks had been throwing. And that'll be it for Quintana. So both starters now out of the game. And it both happens for both guys with 2 outs, a base hit, and then out of the game. And Kyle Farmer coming to the plate to face Jordan Hicks. Righty's hitting just 186 against Mr. Hicks this year. Head to head, Farmer is 0 for 2 against Jordan Hicks. The runner at first is Nick Senzel.
I love when he comes in. You just don't know what you're going to get. You could get 97 sinker ground ball, or you could get 104 with a strikeout.
The fastball at the top of the zone at 96. And the 0-1. The slider taken low, and it evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Farmer hit one to shallow left center, caught by Dylan Carlson, and struck out for the only strikeout for Quintana in his outing tonight. And the 1-1 pitch by Jordan Hicks. And a foul ball, and it's a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's that spot right there. Down and in. On the edge. You can kind of run it anywhere around in there, you know. Doesn't have to be perfect as long as it's on that inner line. Tough to hit, especially if it's moving at you.
And the 1-2 instead of check on Senzel. Cardinals have a 2-run homer hit by Arenado. Their 50th in the month of August. Most in baseball. And nearly 50% of their runs have come thanks to the home run here in this month.
Via the long ball?
You got it. 1-2 and a swing and a miss. And Hicks cleans up the inning. The 6th inning coming up. Arenado, Albert Pujols, and Tyler O'Neill.
And Arenado, a long blast down the left field line and off the foul pole. And for Nolan, home run number 28. He's driven in 89. And Jabot got the final out in the 5th. And the first pitch to Arenado is taken for a ball.
That ball was way, way up the Chick-fil-A fair pole. Or foul pole, however you want to look at it.
I see both ways. I'm going to say he did go, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. He's 1 for 2 tonight with that home run. Cardinals have been out hit 7-4. Both teams have stranded 4 in this game, 2-2. Arenado out to left center. One hopper off the wall, and Nolan digging for second base. It's another double for Nolan Arenado. He's closing in on 40. That's number 36. And here comes Albert.
Such a good swing right here. Staying over the plate. Man, that's nice. It's a spinning slider. Tight spin on that slider, too. It just didn't go anywhere.
Here's Albert Pujols, 2 back of A-Rod for 4th all-time in home runs, 694. And tonight he's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. And the first pitch. The 0-1. Age is just a number right now for Albert. One of 4 players in the history of baseball, 15 or more home runs at age 42 or older. Bonds, Carlton Fisk, and Carl Yastrzemski.
The 1-1 pitch. Backs up for a ball. The 2-1. High pop up into left field. And the catch made by Fairchild, and boy, Albert would love
a little
that one back.
Quick.
Quick word from Siteman Cancer Center.
You are someone's favorite person, and your health matters. For the lives you touch, schedule your cancer screening today.
There's Tyler O'Neill, 0 for 1 with a line out to left. He walked and stolen base number 10. Arenado, the runner at second. It was sad to get the phone call from Al Raboski today telling us about our friend, former Cardinals coach, worked in the front office, Lee Thomas, has passed away. So our thoughts and prayers with Lee's family. So many around baseball, his colleagues. Grounder, that is fair. Backhanded. Arenado runs right into an out. I think you took for granted that Farmer would go across the diamond, and Nolan ran right into an out.
He was one step from making a good play right here. Watch this. He stopped and then thought, I think he saw the difference in the distance that the third baseman was back, that he was going to have to throw that ball no matter what, because he did stutter step And I think if he would have waited one half step a little bit longer, he would have read it perfect and it would have slid in there easy. But I mean, that's a chance you take. That's just somebody seeing the game a little bit quicker than everyone else, and sometimes it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Think about what he was seeing. He was seeing the guy way back, have to throw this ball. Plus, there's so much room between him and third base. He was either one step late or one step early.
One ball, no strikes, 2 outs. O'Neill, the runner at first base, and DeYoung at the plate, and a check on Tyler.
I'll still say you run here again if the numbers are right.
No doubt. Lee Thomas, good guy. He's St. Louis native, too.
Yes, sir.
A lot of different roles in the organization. So, again, our thoughts and prayers with the family of Lee Thomas. And the 1-0 pitch to DeYoung. That's hit out of play, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. And DeYoung hits it out to shallow left, backing up Barrero, and the shortstop makes the play. Authority of the Cardinals not to be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Jordan Hicks got the final out in the 5th with a runner at first. Took over for Quintana, went 4 2/3. Gave up 2 runs on 7 hits. Struck out 1, walked 1. And the batter will be Donovan Solano, who is 1 for 2.
Yikes. You see how I caught that ball? Wow.
Lefty Jojo Romero throwing in the St. Louis pen. Buckled the knees there of Solano.
Not really digging that, huh? You see it come out of the hand down and it'll sink, and then you see it come out of the hand up and kind of at you a little bit. That'll get you out of the way in a hurry.
There's a 1-2 pitch. Fly ball into right. Brendan Donovan, plenty of room, and makes the catch. Two outs, and or rather 1 out, and Alejo Lopez, who is 0 for 2 tonight, will dig in against Hicks, who's gotten his first 2. Jordan Hicks earned both his first major league win in 2018 at Busch against the Reds and his first save that same season. And that was right here at the Great American Ballpark. One out, nobody on. First pitch in for a strike.
This young man got a couple of hits last night, didn't he? And good swing. Born in Mexico City. Went to high school in Phoenix, Arizona. Just 26 years old now. Good little player. We had 100 at-bats in the big leagues with a .295 average. I'd say he's got off to a good start.
And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. the next. The fly ball tailing back over to the left fielder tonight, Tyler O'Neill, and the catch made. Take a look at a Budweiser. What's on tap at the Cubs in town? Should be fun. All 3 games on Bally Sports Midwest. Start time on Friday 6:30, Saturday 5:30, Sunday day game. Jordan Montgomery against Adrian Sampson. Adam Wainwright against Drew Smiley. And then Michaelis and Stroman. I would say this: if you don't have plans on Saturday night, come on down to the ballpark. You got the lefty Smiley going for the Cubs. That means Albert's in the lineup. Waino is on the mound. Yachty behind the plate. Want to see all 3?
There's your chance.
Come on down.
It's going to be a beautiful night. It's going to be a wild weekend of baseball.
Always is with the Cubs.
Big crowds. Nice weather.
Albert's closing in on history,
as well as Yachty and Adam Wainwright, now 2 shy of the all-time record for battery mates and starts. The 1-1 pitch. Off the glove of Goldie. And into shallow right. And Fairchild has his second hit. We just take for granted he's going to make every single play, don't we?
That's a tough hop right there, and it almost hits him in the wrist. It hits on the actually hits on the end of the glove, but you just never know. You know, when you don't play in a ballpark all the time, and then you get some hot days, some cold days, day games, night games, you don't know how that ball's going to skip off that dirt. And then
also,
plus later in the game,
and out swing too.
Yeah, and then during the game too, a lot of base runners. So you never know what you're really going to get over there.
There's Aquino, and he's 2 for 2 with the runs scored. Cardinals in the 7th inning will have Yadier Molina, Brendan Donovan, and Tommy Edman.
Plus, it's like the hot corner. You know, it's like the ball gets hit like that. You don't have a second to shuffle your feet to get even closer. You just almost have to be planted and ready to throw your glove out there, and the ball just looked like it kept running from him a little bit.
So 2 outs, runner at first, and the first pitch to Aquino. Way inside.
It's amazing so many of these guys don't finish their pitches anymore. They don't finish falling forward. They don't finish in pitching in fielding position. It's like they take that step towards the plate and then they start falling off or falling back.
And the 1-0, Aquino, a base hit into left. Fairchild stops at second. A strong throw by Tyler O'Neill right on the bag at third. And it brings in Barrero.
Where you got to pitch him right here. I think he missed his location, but I don't want him to get his hands out. This ball doesn't really sink. It kind of runs in. Big guy, that bat seems like it's 36 inches, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It stays in the zone, and what a great throw.
Well, Fairchild and Aquino have accounted for 5 of the 9 hits for Cincinnati. Barrero walked and scored, hit into a double play. Runners at first and second. Nasty stuff right there.
I think he was guessing heater.
Yes, sir.
Early early heater.
Off the plate, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a 1-1. Broken bat, ground ball hit to Arenado, and a forced play at second. Reds have left 7 on in this game. We head to the 7th. 8, 9, and 1 coming up. Healthcare, the world's best medicine made better. And presented by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. Yadier Molina leads it off. He's hit one to shallow center, caught by Lopez, and also grounded out to short. 0 for 2 tonight. Cardinals have been out hit 9-5. We're tied 2-2. Chevy called to the pen. Art Warren. Made 4 appearances this month and 5 1/3, 5 hits. And Molina on the first pitch pops it up behind home plate and out of play. This is the Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. $1,000 donation will be made to the Make-A-Wish Foundation by your Gateway Honda dealers if a Cardinals player hits a home run.
Mr. Warren just came back off the IL not too long ago with a little, is it flexor tendon strain, flexor strain? A little soreness in the old elbow area, elbow region. Not a good area to be sore when you're a pitcher. There
And
you
a base hit for Yadier Molina. So Yadi singles to right center. And the batter will be Brendan Donovan. Well, if Yadi gets to second, then you got to think about maybe pinch running for him.
That break 0 for 20 or 0 for 21?
21, I believe.
I believe so too. Yeah, I would think you might want to run. See, that's the thing. Tomorrow, you're running for sure. But if you can only have 2 catchers, you're still not, you know, you got to be careful.
By the way, it snapped an 0 for 22.
22. I was impressed how fast you did that on your fingers.
And that is taken inside. Well, for many years, the Suntrup Automotive family, they have been great partners with Bally Sports, and Chris and Alyssa Suntrup welcome baby Bishop Dylan. So congratulations to Chris and Alyssa. Everybody healthy and doing well. Great people. 2-0 pitch and a strike to Donovan, who's lined out to center and also grounded out, trying to extend the hitting streak to 13. The 2-1. Tommy Edman on deck. Cardinals on their bench tonight. They've got Nolan Gorman, Lars Nootbaar, Corey Dickerson, and Andrew Kisner. Short lead at first by Molina. 3-2 the count on Donovan. All kinds of room on that left side as they have a big shift. And Donovan hits it slowly towards first. They get the out there at second, and safe at first, Donovan. Top of the lineup, and Tommy Edman, the switch hitter. Tommy tonight, a base hit to center, was hit by a pitch in the third, lined out to center. Corey Dickerson on deck, and a pitch taken down and in. A check on the runner at first, Brendan Donovan.
I hope maybe he's going to throw one into the into the net here. He's throwing the ball over there like that. Man in scoring position right here for Tommy.
The 1-0. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hit the other way and a base hit for Tommy Edman down into the left field corner. Donovan on his way to third. He'll be held up there, and Tommy Edman with a key double. Ball game starting to get late. And that's his 24th of the year and his 3rd in this series.
That's what I love. When he starts hitting the ball that way, he's going to be so much more dangerous.
The BJC Healthcare difference maker, Tommy Edman.
So good. Even though he's really not trying to hit it that way, he's staying back and he's staying inside the ball a little bit. I think those couple of base hits he's hit to right or left center and left field the last week really helped him stop rolling over. And then that big home run last night was blasted into right field.
Dickerson has been announced as a pinch hitter. Raver San Martin, the lefty, was getting loose. They have 1 lefty now in their pen. That's going to be it for Art Warren. We'll tell you about the change when we come back. Runners at second and third, 1 down in a 2-2 game.
Charity Classic that kicks off next week, so purchase of a special themed ticket, take home an exclusive Cardinals club head cover. And for more information, visit cardinals.com/theme. Good buddy Nick Ragone, Steve Spratt, and all the folks at the Ascension Charity Classic hoping for great weather next week, and let's hope they get it. It's quite the event.
What did you call that thing?
It's a club head cover.
Oh, club head cover. Okay. I was trying to figure out if that was, Fred Bird or his cousin or his brother.
Here's Buck Farmer.
Fred Bird without his clothes on.
All right, that's enough, ball game.
He just has this long neck and just, where's his shoulders at?
Dickerson looks at a ball.
Club head cover.
That's correct.
And we know what club head that would be yet? Would go with driver.
Driver, 3-wood, 5-wood,
Rescue.
Rescue. I'm going to go with Fred Bird for the rescue.
Here's the 1-0. Tapped foul.
I love the promos. They're the greatest things ever.
Ball and a strike on Dickerson with runners at second and third. The infield in. And the 1-1 pitch. Farmer making his 31st appearance. Pitched yesterday in a scoreless inning on 13 pitches. Cardinals giving Carlson a little bit of a run with the lefty starting. They like his swing from that side of the plate, the right side for the switch hitter. And Dickerson began the night on the bench, but he has been swinging the bat as well as anybody in baseball here in the second out. And he's 4 for 4 against Farmer. Fouled back.
Head to head, 4 for 4 with a double. Run batted in, a couple of walks. So this is a good matchup, you would think, for the Cardinals.
I think so too. He's also dipped a little bit. Been struggling last little bit because he's now only hitting .481 in the last 7 games.
It's been amazing. Infield in, and the 1-2 pitch to Dickerson. Swing and a miss. He got him. Big strikeout with just 1 down and a runner at third. sac fly could have brought him in, and instead they need a hit from Goldschmidt, who has been on base twice tonight. Only the second strikeout in the St. Louis lineup this evening. And the first pitch to Goldie. In for a strike. Head to head, he is 2 for 3 with a home run. And the 0-1 pitch to Paul Goldschmidt. Off the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike with Nolan Arenado on deck.
Tell you what, you can tell already that he's kind of gotten his balance back after the last 2 days. Really staying still, staying over the plate. The ball to right field is really what he's looking to do, is stay out there in case you make a mistake. Then he'll try and pull.
Big gap in left center. And strike 2. 1-2 now on Goldie. Reds will have Robinson 9, 1-2 coming up in their half of the 7th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Goldie chops it to short. And the Reds get out of the jam. Cardinals at second and third, 1 out, do not score. Time to stretch the tie ball game. And it's Jack Flaherty going tonight, his final rehab assignment. To start with AA Springfield, 5 innings, 4 hits, walked 1, struck out 7. And he's still in the game. There is not going to be any kind of pitch limit tonight. Obviously be careful with him, but it wasn't like he was scheduled to go 50 or 60. It was, hey, go get him.
Looked like he was thrown to some young pups. Really young pups.
AA. So the Cardinals turn it over to the right-hander. Chevy called to the pen. Giovanni Gallegos, 46th appearance. Last pitched 3 days ago against the Braves. An inning, gave up a hit, 9 pitches, 8 of which were strikes. And so the Cardinals will see Jake Fraley, who has started the first 2 games of this series, pinch hit for Chucky Robinson.
Then the top of the order.
That's correct, Jimmy. And the first pitch grounded to Goldie. Gallegos to the bag, and the out. 1 pitch, 1 away. I'm going to get you back golfing, ball game. We'll take you out to the Ascension Charity Classic. I'll talk to our friends.
I'd like to see that.
Nick Ragone and Steve Spratt. They have a couple of different pro-ams going on, and so you could go out there and be part of the pro-am. It's at Norwood Hills Country Club next week.
That's right.
Big Cardinal fan John Daly will be a part of the action next week.
Maybe we could get him out. And I know he's listening. Maybe we could get him out to the game one of these days.
He threw out the first pitch last year, and I think he threw it over the screen.
On purpose.
He still is such a huge draw.
See him hit a golf ball.
And that's not nice calling him huge.
Well, I think you took it in the wrong direction as usual. 1 ball, 1 strike on India.
I'm impressed that he was watching. He watches our games when he's traveling on his bus.
Oh, yeah. Massive Cardinal fan. He loves it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jonathan India with the single to right and a run batted in the 3rd. Look at that pitch. You talked about it earlier, how India is selling out.
Man, he's swinging hard. Swinging like he's a 40 home run guy. Oh, he didn't really see that pitch, did he? That tells you if he's trying to hit the ball hard or not right there.
And the 1-2 pitch to India in a 2-2 game here in the home half of the 7th. On its way. And a base hit. Second hit for India. While we have a moment, quick word from Great Southern Brewery.
Sometimes you just don't feel like running to the bank. Fortunately, you can check your balance from the comfort of your favorite spot with a Great Southern mobile app. Great convenience, Great Southern Bank.
Pretty sure it's bank.
They said.
Oh, actually, I just sounded like it came out a little different, but
deeper.
Yeah,
different.
Maybe that was your Radio Brad voice coming out of Radio Danny.
That sounds like a shot at Brad.
No shots fired at all. Poor Brad can't defend himself. He's at home.
Runner at first, and a pitch that's lined
Make
foul.
A play. There you go.
Yeah, he made the play.
Gotcha. I got your back.
Nice work. So last year is the first year, by the way, of the Ascension Charity Classic, and this is year number 2.
Last year it was held at Norwood?
Yeah.
Oh, it's held at Belle Reve. That's what I was thinking.
The PGA.
That's right.
And the 0-1 pitch taken high. And they did, Steve Spratt and Nick Ragone, the first year was canceled because of COVID, but they still made sizable, and I mean sizable, donations to charities in North County. So they're doing it in North County, and it's by design, and it's a great golf course, so really well done.
It's incredible how they do that. They stick to their guns no matter what happens. They know what it means to the city and people around that area.
No doubt. Here's a 1-1. And off the end of the bat, and a fly ball that carries to the left fielder. Catch made by Dickerson, with O'Neill in center and Carlson out. The players last year, and it just speaks to the town, but the response of the fans that came out. It was record crowds and really a fun event. Here's Kyle Farmer. Couple of hits. And the first pitch, a strike. Cardinals in the 8th will have Nolan Arenado, Albert Pujols, and Tyler O'Neill's. Albert's just
studying away.
You got it. Took the words right out of my mouth, Paul Game. That's exactly what I was going to say.
He can't slow himself down for this last at bat for him tonight. A little jumpy today.
Hunter Strickland throwing in the bullpen, a right-hander for the Reds. And the 0-1 pitch to Kyle Farmer from Gallegos. And it's 0-2.
A question for you about golf. You know this is coming to town. How far ahead at the time do the players have to commit? Do you know anything about that? Clearly they know who's going to play already, obviously, within a couple of weeks. But
sure.
Do you know anything about that?
Well, you got a qualifier too. So some players have to qualify on Monday, like St. Louis native Jay Delsing is going to try to do that.
Gotcha.
And then there's sponsors exemptions, so sometimes they get in because of that. And then other players have built up, whether it be points or however that scoring system works, that they are already in with the qualifier.
I just wonder, like, because of the day of obviously like with Tiger and stuff, and some guys, big names, skip tournaments. At what point do those kind of guys, or even just the guys that are grandfathered in, so to speak, in this one tournament, curious to see how long they have to before they have to make a decision. Curious if you have to make that decision early, almost like in racing, you know, race cars.
Sure.
You're going to race every race, or you're going to, you know, it doesn't work for this team at this place, but
And depending on what you've won going into the event, too, that is also part of it. And the 0-2 pitch from Gallegos. Instead, he steps off. And now he's set. With 2 outs and a runner at first, the 0-2. The pitch clock is coming. I was talking to our buddy Chip Carey, who is the voice of the Atlanta Braves. His twins are doing their first year of minor league announcing. And they told him, you're going to love the pitch clock because it's taken off 20-25 minutes of games.
Wow. I can see that.
You know, guys are sped up.
Well, I could just see making them aware, you know. I don't even think you're going to have to warn anyone. I think they're just going to speed up.
There's a 1-2 pitch and a strikeout for Gallegos. We head to inning number 8 in a tie ball game, 2-2. Arenado, Pujols, O'Neill coming up. Game 3 of this series. And we're tied 2-2. Hey, I want to say congratulations to our buddy Randy Carricker, who found out today he'll be inducted into the Lindenwood University Hall of Fame.
Yes, congratulations.
Great ambassador of St. Louis, certainly St. Louis sports, and has done so many different things in our community. Always giving back. So, Randy, congratulations, so well deserved, and he'll be part of the Lindenwood University Hall of Fame class of 2022.
See what I'm doing here? Working on my golf clap.
Nice golf clap. You're going to be going there next week.
I'm excited for Randy.
Crowd tonight, 13,613. 1-3-6-1-3. First pitch to Arenado off the plate, who is homered tonight. Also a double. And that was his 36th double of the year. Well, the team leader in that category.
He's creeping his way to 100 RBIs too, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Sneaking up on it quick now.
And the 1-0 pitch to Arenado. He's 4 for 19 head to head against Strickland. These two saw each other a bunch in the National League West. Strickland was with the Giants. And the 2-0 pitch to Nolan Arenado. Arenado with a fly ball off the end of the bat. And the catch is made by Fraley.
Wow. That swing and that ball path coming down at the same time. You could just see it happening. It just got it off the end.
Albert Pujols. What could be his final plate appearance here in Cincinnati. There's so many great moments over the years. And the first pitch, a strike. Pujols is 0 for 1 with a walk. A 3.03 average at this ballpark. 21 home runs in 82 games. This ballpark, which opened up in 03. And the 0-1. Only Ryan Braun, Lance Berkman, and Anthony Rizzo have hit more homers as a visitor at this park.
I can definitely see Rizzo on that list.
And the 0-2 pitch to Pujols. Albert grounded out to first, struck out and fly to left.
He's definitely slowing down, hasn't he?
Yes, you can
was
see it.
Flying around today. I wanted you to pick up your little red phone and call down there, but I don't think you're allowed to do it during the game.
Not during the game, ball game.
They can only come this way. We can't go down that way. Can't give them any advice. You just have to kind of take what they give you.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. 2-2. The other night, home run number 450. 450 different pitchers that he's hit a home run against. It was 694, too shy of A-Rod for fourth all time in the history of Major League Baseball.
Make sure you get your notes right. Yeah, it flip-flopped a little bit. No, you said homer number 450. I like it. And then I was like, wait. I was thinking with you, and then I heard it and was lost. I'm going to call. He might get a slider right here to hit to right center. See if he really made the adjustment to slow down, he will be able to stay on the ball a little bit better. It even looks like he has a brand new bat for this at bat right here.
The 2-2 pitch.
You know, he's one of those guys. I'm surprised. This kind of shocks me. Never seen a really good hitter do what he does, which he'll change bats a lot. A lot of bad hitters just keep flipping bats. And you wonder why. You don't get a good feel. He's pretty consistent with the make that he uses, unless he just doesn't feel good. But if he doesn't get a hit or something or have a good at bat, he'll get that bat out of there for that day. Come back to it later on.
The 2-2.
Saw Albert grab a bat the other day, put it up to his ear, knock on the
knock, see if he's got a little high pitch. Ping.
Knocking on the barrel. On deck, Tyler O'Neill, and from 0-2 to a full count. And will he get a pitch to drive?
This is where it becomes tough when you get to this point in your career. Is he going to challenge me? Is he going to throw a slider? Because of the velocity of the fastball right here is what makes it tough.
The 3-2 pitch to Albert Pujols. Taps it out back to Strickland, who's got plenty of time, steps and throws and makes the play.
Well, Albert definitely thought fastball right there, and Strickland was having no part in letting him hit a home run right there.
O'Neill 2 for 5 with a double, a home run against Strickland, and the fans know that might be it for Albert Pujols ever in Cincy. First pitch. And that's taken low by Tyler O'Neill, who lined out to left, walked in the fourth, stole the base, his 10th, and grounded out. And the 1-0 pitch. Ooh, good cut, fouled back, 1-1.
See the shoulder slide right there? Just a little bit.
Infield with a shift on the left side. And the 1-1 pitch to Tyler O'Neill. O'Neill smokes one. Right center. And caught. Fairchild there to put it away. 2-2. And Gallegos' second inning. Off day tomorrow, hasn't pitched a bunch lately, so Cardinals pushing him here for a second inning. And you got Solano, switch hitter Lopez, and then Fairchild.
1 for 3 tonight with the base hit to right, grounded into a fielder's choice and flied out to right.
I think Gallegos did a really nice job last inning. I mean, we're talking about just 13 pitches, obviously, but 10 of them strikes. Definitely the key to pitching, but especially out of the bullpen. Throwing strikes.
It's been 6 times this year Gallegos has gotten 4 more outs. The Cardinals 6-0 in those games. And the 0-1 pitch from Giovanni Gallegos. Been sharp tonight so far.
He has. He's been throwing the ball exactly where he wants to. That's the thing. Get ahead, and then you can get guys to chase. Not too much chasing going on when you're behind in the count.
Cardinals will have 7, 8, and 9 coming up. And the 0-2 off the plate, 1-2. Alexis Diaz, really good looking young pitcher. Right-hander, saw him last night getting loose in the Reds bullpen. And the 1-2 pitch is popped foul out of play. And the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball hit down the right field line, and that'll find the seats. Stay 1 ball and 2 strikes on Donovan Solano. Played 7 minor league seasons in the Cardinals organization beginning in 2005. And the 1-2 pitch, a ground ball hit to short. And DeYoung makes the play in the first out. So Gallegos has come in and given the Cardinals 4 outs thus far. And Lopez will step in. Ryan Helsley has grabbed a baseball and begins to throw as well. One out, nobody on, and the first pitch is a swing and a miss. Off the line, even with the bag. Nolan Arenado at third. Left field, Dickerson shallow. And that's 2 strikes. Backing up now, Arenado towards the shortstop position.
That's that slider that goes down right there. That's the nasty one. I've seen him have this one as much as he's had it in the past. A couple times in a couple outings, especially at home. He's had the kind of the natural slider that has a little bit of a 3/4 plane. That one's just down.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout. That's pitching right there.
It is. Get ahead, that breaking ball down like that. And now you've got to worry about both. And this is just last minute fastball. Oh no. Nothing you can really do, especially with location.
Not a lot of strikeouts in this game. That's just the 4th in the Reds lineup. Cardinals have struck out just twice. Don't see that very often anymore in 2022. Stuart Fairchild, 2 hits tonight. Both have been singles, and that's strike 1. Notice with Fairchild, at least I have in these 3 games, curious your opinion, but his swing does not change at all. It's the same swing with just about every pitch.
A lot of strikeouts too. Something about good tonight so far.
Single to left, single to right. And he's got some pop, so be careful. Walk into a home run. So 8 hits on the year, and half of them have gone over the wall. Here's a 1-1.
I'm going to go with he's predominantly a fastball hitter.
Those swings? Yes, sir.
Either that or Gio's got a really nice breaking ball going tonight.
The movement that he has here, I would say it's more of a curveball than,
yeah, the downward,
even though he says slider, yeah.
Sometimes it does go a lot more down than others, and I think that's what he wants it to do.
And he fell down, but hopped right back up and said he's fine.
He just got ended a little short.
And a count of 2-2 on Stuart Fairchild. With 2 outs and nobody on. And a grounder foul.
Oh, look at that play.
It's not the same guy that was here the last time we were around.
This guy's picking it.
Fist bump from the crowd.
Watch this. It's like a glove save and a beauty.
Jordan Bennington is smiling.
Yes, he is.
Kicked out the leg just in case.
That was awesome.
2-2 pitch. Into the dugout and out. Willie wanted no part of that baseball.
I don't know. Why would you? I'm more worried about the carom than I am trying to catch it. Look at, and that's what he's thinking. Just keep your head down. Watch out, cat, wherever you are right now. Don't get your whiskers all ruffled up.
Two pitch.
It's a good take right there.
Eighth pitch coming of the at bat. Aquino, who's 3 for 3 on deck. 2 outs and the 3-2 from Giovanni Gallegos. Off the plate. 2-out walk.
Now you're going to have a pinch hitter, I believe.
TJ Friedel will pinch hit for Aquino.
When you said Alexis Diaz was throwing in the bullpen, I couldn't help but think of Alexa Dat. And congratulations on her engagement to Andrew last weekend. Jumped out of a plane and got engaged.
Is that right?
Yes. Congratulations, guys.
All right.
Awesome. Jumping out of a plane. Just trying to think if I ever want to do that or not. Would you do that?
I have no
desire
whatsoever.
Telling you, man, she's hardcore, brother. I saw a picture of her in the air. Just like no fear, no nothing.
I'd be scared. All right, Ollie has got JoJo Romero in his bullpen. The lefty. The thing is, too, though, Gio historically with the Cardinals has been very good against lefties.
Well, especially with that slider that he threw earlier on, that down and in slider, that can be the weapon if he has that going for him. But we're going to go in a different direction tonight, Danny.
All right, JoJo Romero. 2-2 our score.
and he's pitched quite well for St. Louis. So Romero is in, and he will face Friedel, who had been announced. Ryan Helsley also has been getting loose in the St. Louis bullpen. So Ali and David Bell going back and forth. Cardinals and Reds tied 2-2. And Friedel at the plate. Pinch hitting for Aquino, who had 3 hits tonight. And a strike. So the Cardinals have the bottom of their lineup in the 9th. 7, 8, 9. DeYoung, Molina, Donovan due up. On their bench available, Gorman, Newbar, and Kisner. Jojo Romero has been outstanding so far.
I was going to say, how many times do you think, you'll bring in a guy like this and you know that that's coming out of the bullpen with a guy who's only got a handful of home runs versus a guy who could run into one who's 6'4" and 220, who has 35-40 home runs in the big leagues already. Sometimes would almost think, man, I just might leave the situation alone. I mean, it happens, right? But definitely when you have a reliever that specializes against lefties, that you got to do more than just a base hit right here. That's not like there's a guy on third. You need a double.
And the 0-2 pitch, and he picked him off. Throw to second. Throw is perfect, and we head to the 9th. Add that to JoJo's resume. Pretty good move. Run a homer, also a double. Minor went 4 2/3, and India is 2 for 4. A couple of singles and a run batted in. Alexis Diaz and our Chevy called to the pen. Lars Newbar will pinch hit for Paul DeYoung. So Diaz yesterday an inning, no hits, walked 1, 19 pitches. In his last 11 games, a .79 ERA and 11 1/3, just 1 run allowed and 21 strikeouts. And the first pitch is strike to Newbar. Now, if you go extra innings, you got to think it might be tough to extend Diaz. 19 pitches last night. You might be pushing him a little much if you ask for multiple innings tonight. The Cardinals pitcher record right now is Romero, and they've got arrested Ryan Helsley, so something to think about.
The good thing tomorrow, Cincinnati also has the day off, right? And so willing to extend him right here. But you got to throw strikes. They got the all F outfield going on right now. Fairchild, Friedel, and Fraley. Is that right?
That's right.
All F's out there.
Off the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. Molina on deck, and then Donovan. And the 3-1.
Be surprised. I don't think they would do this, but I would almost think about hitting Gorman for Molina, but I know you don't want to give up your the problem with that is you're 2 for 1 right there, so you can't do it. But this is a tough at bat for a right-hander who hasn't been playing a lot.
I think the one thing, though, if Newbar gets on, you could ask Yachty to bunt.
That's true. It's still this tough at bat on a righty. This arm angle and the way he's throwing.
Let's find out. Leadoff walk. Yeah, I think you got to ask him to bunt because you don't want him to hit into a double play, too.
I just think that this is a tough way either way, to be honest with you.
So they'll hold the runner at first. That's Solano, your first baseman. Farmer is at third. And the Cardinals have the leadoff man aboard here in this 9th inning. And Yachty is bunting, and the pitch up and in.
So we'll go back to saying this is a tough at bat on a righty, even to bunt. I was wondering if, to be honest with you, if he was going to try to go away first pitch for a strike and actually, with the mechanics as bad as they are right there, fire one to the backstop.
Also think about maybe just straight steal with Newbar. You're heading the count there.
Yourself a time, yeah. Slow to the plate.
Pushed it foul. Yachty has 43 career sacrifice bunts, and his last sac bunt was in 2020. A ball and a strike.
He's about a 1-5 to the plate.
Give him a shot.
I mean, I think you just have, you think about it right here. You got a pretty good chance of shutting this lineup down. Take some chances. If he gets thrown out, he gets thrown out. You got the extra inning. You start a guy off at second base. You start all over again. You got to feel pretty good about your bullpen. I think the thing, too, I always think about this is when you got a guy that's throwing all over the place, when you're down there in that bunting position, you can see pitches better than if you were swinging. If he has trouble with strikes, you have a better time of walking when you're in the bunting position than you are swinging.
Sometimes you'll see showing bunt and then let him swing. Now with a 2-1 count, but not in that case. And trying to bunt now 2-2.
Now he'll get a base hit to right. Starting the runner. I think, you know, the only thing you got to be careful of if starting the runner is you run into an out with him, because you do have Donovan and then Tommy coming up. And guys, pretty good contact, pretty good hitters. Right? So
2-2. Newbar at first. He is running, and the pitch taken high. Throw down to second. Safe at second base. A stolen base for Newbar.
Well, that's a stolen base, and that is a great throw by Romine. He just pulled his glove out of there just at the wrong time. Picked this ball up, but lifted his glove up.
Ooh.
Just missed it. Got a little skittish in there.
Now you ask Yachty to either drive him in or hit the ball to the right side.
How about just put it in play?
Yep. (3-2). Popped up right side and out of play.
Be careful catching that ball right there. Solano almost busted his kneecap running over into that wall.
Slow getting back to his position.
That hurts, man, I'm telling you.
Now the training staff wants to go out and check on Donovan Solano.
That's what Carlson did probably about a month ago now, I think. He was banged up a little bit. He ran into the wall with his knee making a play, and I'm telling you, those walls do not give.
Think about Alan Craig a few years ago in Houston. 8th pitch coming up of the at-bat. Can Yachty come through the 3-2? We'll have a 9th pitch.
It was almost a line drive to right there.
The next, fouled back and a good cut. 10th pitch coming up from Yadier Molina. In this at bat, the opposition hitting 184 with runners in scoring position against Diaz. Top of the ninth, tied 2-2. The 3-2. And Molina hits into the first out. There's Brendan Donovan. Room on the left side of the infield with the shortstop trying to keep Nootbaar close. Donovan could shoot it that way.
A line drive left field line, or
the fly ball into right. Nootbaar will stay put at second base. 2 away.
Tommy Edman, a 2-hit night, on base 3 times, single, double, was hit by a pitch.
That's a shot. He swung at that first pitch right there. I thought for sure we were going to see a couple of pitches and a line drive to left. You know?
I hear you. Go ahead run, good speed. Nootbaar at second. First pitch to Edman. A strike. Pitch number 19 coming up at the inning here from Diaz. Edman with 2 outs, runners in scoring position, hitting .325 this year. A ball and a strike. The 1-1. Ground ball hit to second. And the Cardinals strand a runner. We move to the home half of the ninth, and we're tied 2-2. Stuart Fairchild left Friedel standing at the plate. And so the Reds will have 7, 8, and 9. Cardinals keep Nootbaar in the game. He's in right. Donovan going from right to second base. And Tommy Edman shifting from second base to short. 2-2 our score as we move to the bottom of the ninth. If we get to the 10th inning, the Cardinals will have Tommy Edman as their runner at second base to start the inning.
So they'll have good speed out there with
Their designated runner.
Dickerson, Goldie, and Arenado coming up. Got to get there first. TJ Friedel. And the first pitch bunted left side. Arenado bare hands throws, and it's a leadoff hit.
That is a great bunt. He waited till the last second. It's weird too, because he almost like he pulled it back and still bunted it. It's almost like an accident.
Anything Arenado could do.
Look at this right here. Didn't it look like he was trying to pull it back? That was an oops.
Here's Barrero, who is walked. Let's see if he's bunting in this spot. And the way he's swinging the bat wouldn't surprise you, as he's 4 for his last 47. Hit into a double play. Both balls he's put in play have been on the ground. Also grounded into a fielder's choice. Walked and scored first time up back in the third. And the 1-0 pitch from JoJo Romero. It's amazing how baseball, such a long season, things can change, where Romero is in the minor leagues and now pitching in a tight game with a first place team right before September.
About a tie game in the 9th inning of a game you probably have to win.
One and two. The pickoff for Romero was his first career pickoff.
Come on.
And the 1-2 popped up and out of play. He's up there battling against Romero. Helsley earlier in the game had been throwing in the Cardinal bullpen.
Look at the pitches right there. Couple of changeups, couple of fastballs.
At the 1-2. And another throw over, back in safely, Friedel. He has 6 stolen bases on the year. And the 1-2 pitch, Jojo Romero on its way. 2-2.
I don't think JoJo's going to give you enough time to really run unless you cheat big time. And that is a recipe for disaster. If he gets thrown out right here, it is a big letdown. Sometimes you have to think about that too, you know. You run into an out here with a stolen base. What does that do to your team versus, you know, trying to fire everybody up with running? Because like if you're the visiting team, you kind of have nothing to lose right there, especially with the matchup you had. Romero's a lot faster to the plate. He's staring right at you.
Out to left. And it will stay in the ballpark.
That poor young man thought he got it. Got to hit it better than that.
And it brings in Fraley, who is pinch hitter back in the 7th. And grounded out to first on the first pitch that he saw. That was against Giovanni Gallegos. In the air down the left field line, Dickerson over and out of play. Fraley with 7 home runs. The Reds have 5 walk-off wins this year. Cardinals have 2 walk-off losses, fewest in Major League Baseball.
There's another one of these guys that likes the ball up and in for a lefty and not down.
A pitch up, 1 ball, 1 strike.
His hot zone is up and in and middle. Stay down.
Here's a 1-1.
There.
Good pitch.
Numbers don't lie, huh?
A lefty getting loose in the pen. Raver San Martin for Cincinnati.
Wasn't he up in like the 7th, 6th or 7th inning? He was the first one up of the game, wasn't he?
He was. Been up a couple of times.
He's got to come in the next inning for sure, you would think.
Got him. And the swing and miss by Fraley. And the batter will be Jonathan India, who's a couple of base hits tonight. RBI single to right in the 3rd and a base hit to left.
And Ollie is not going to risk it here. He's going to go to his closer and bring in Ryan Helsley. And we'll step aside, and India faces Helsley when we come back. Extended his hitting streak earlier in the ball game to 14. He's got a pair of hits tonight. Right-handers hitting 115 against Helsley. 43rd appearance. Pitched 3 days ago against the Braves. Gave up a home run, and then the Cardinals came back in dramatic fashion to win that game. India against Helsley is 3 for 6 with a double. Run batted in. And it all begins with Jonathan India here. And Helsley trying to send us to extra innings. And the first pitch taken high.
Like you just have to stay down and out over the plate, make him hit the ball the other way. Careful of the breaking ball. You know, don't want to hang anything. Don't know if he can drive the ball out of right field, but he can pull the ball for a home run.
He's got 8 home runs this year. We've been noticing how he's kind of selling out on some of these
shoes.
Yeah, these swings.
He's got 29 home runs and 812 at bats, so looks like he's tried to get a few extra tonight.
So good speed at first base. Friedel reached on a bunt base hit. Romero got the next 2. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. A couple of off-speed pitches to start the at-bat. Helsley in 15 road games, 4-0. Couple of saves, 21 innings and no earned runs, 34 strikeouts. We've not seen a fastball yet.
No, maybe they noticed the over swinging today, like we saw.
3-0 the count.
It doesn't get any easier though.
I would imagine David Bell would give him the green light on 3-0.
Yeah, I think so too.
Let him sell out on one. And he got the fastball at 99.
It's a good take.
And the 3-1 pitch by Ryan Helsley.
Wow.
The batter is Austin Romine. Two-run homer off the bat of Romine last night.
That's Friedel at second, right? And he can run a little bit. So
the
infield or the outfield now has to move in a little bit to really cut down this run. I mean, you really can't worry about a fly ball over your head. You have to cut down a base hit. Base hit, game's over.
The 0-1 popped up. Foul territory. Goldschmidt with the catch. Extra innings coming up here in game 3. Cardinals have Corey Dickerson, Goldschmidt, Arenado, then Pujols, and their runner at second will be Tommy Edman to start the inning. We are in the 10th. Extra inning records: the Cardinals 5-4, Cincinnati 6-2. So good speed to start the inning for the Cardinals. We're tied at 2-2. Reds jumped out to a 2-0 lead. And then Nolan Arenado, a 2-run homer off the foul pole, high atop the foul pole in the 4th inning. His 28th of the year. He's now driven an 89, and that's the last time either side scored in this game.
I mean, if you're not bunting here, You're bunting here. They're going to load the bases for Albert. I mean, you almost have to. What are you going to do? Just give up the run? I mean, obviously it's top, so you don't have to do all that. But talking about bunting a guy to third and having to go through the two best hitters on the planet right now.
Well, guys that crush lefties. I think you're asking Dickerson here, drive him in or at least pull it to the right side. And the way he's swinging the bat here in the second half, that's what you're hoping for. Sometimes a manager will say, okay, I'll give you one shot at it. And then after that,
ask him to bunt right here only because he does a good job of staying inside the ball. A lot of the times he's not a pull hitter. So, you know, it'd be different. I like his, he's doing a little Paul Goldschmidt, though, with the bat on his back. Just trying to intimidate the pitcher right there.
There's room to the left side here. As you mentioned, a lot of his hits have gone that way. And the shortstop trying to keep Tommy Edman close. And the 0-2 pitch to Corey Dickerson on its way. He's doing anything just to put the ball in play. Dickerson was used as a pinch hitter back in the 7th. And he faced Buck Farmer. And the Cardinals had the best of the scoring opportunities after the game was tied at 2. They had runners at second and third, one out, and did not score in the 7th inning. The 0-2.
I'm not mistaken. That was kind of the heart of the order, too, wasn't it?
It was Dickerson and then Goldie.
Yeah.
Outfield fairly shallow. Friedel in center, Fairchild in left, and Fraley in right. There's an 0-2 pitch to Corey Dickerson.
That's what I'm talking about right there. So he does a good job putting the ball in play, but that swing isn't a pull swing. I think you really have, you know, like in this situation for me, and this is my feeling how I play the game, I hate being on the road tied. I hate because anything can happen. You're talking a man on second, nobody out. You're talking a 2 pitches, game could be over. Pass ball, base hit. 2 pass balls, whatever it is. And that's on your mind. So I feel like if I'm managing, I'm trying to get this guy to third no matter what. And that for me would be probably to bunt right here. Not here, but now, but early on. Unless you just know your hitter can't bunt.
0-2 pitch. Taken low, and it's 1-2.
And I'm impressed right here with his at bat that he's throwing out there, and I'm not taking anything away from him. But I just don't like being on the road, tie game in the bottom of an inning in the extra innings.
It's been Minor, Jabot, Warren, Farmer, Strickland, Diaz, and now San Martin. Dickerson is really choked up on the bat. And the 1-2 pitch with Edman at second. A swing and a miss. Big out.
I think the other thing, if you look at Ollie's perspective, maybe you're thinking these next 2 guys, one of these guys is going to get a base hit, which that's even more the reason I think you got to move him over.
Goldie against a lefty, and here we go. He's walked tonight. Run scored in the 4th on a single, hit one to the track, and then grounded out with 2 runners on. Sitting on 33 home runs, and ball 1.
You're basically looking at Helsley versus San Martin right here, right? And he has to go through the heart of the order.
The 1-0 pitch to Paul Goldschmidt. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I guess so does Helsley, but I'll take my chances with the latter.
Goldie with 9 home runs here in August. He'd love number 10. And the 1-1 pitch. Five home runs. He's driven in 14 and 12 games this year against the Reds. Finds himself in the hole here, 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch to Paul Goldschmidt. Ooh. Ooh.
I'll second that for you.
Ooh.
It looked even better when you're looking overhead from the booth. I think what got him there was Romine might have been just off the plate. I'm pretty sure the umpire's going to look straight down the glove and say, okay, if he catches it here, he's probably a little inside.
3-2. Arenado on deck, and then Pujols. The 3-2 pitch, and he walked him.
So Nolan Arenado with a double and a 2-run homer hit tonight. The long one, number 28. And to make sure it stayed fair, it did, barely off the foul pole. And runners now at first and second. Two for 4 tonight. And the first pitch, Arenado lines it foul.
Big gap in right center field. And an 0-1 pitch.
Gosh, from David Bell, I'm just hating the fact that Albert Pujols is on deck. With the way he swung the bat early and then the way he swung his last at bat, knowing that he just missed a couple of pitches. Also know that the game is now on the line and a lefty's throwing. Yikes. He is begging for a double play ball right now.
And the 1-1 pitch. Arenado grounds it to short softly. Can he beat it out? Oh, what a turn. What a turn by Lopez. Good base. Double play, and Goldie does what you have to do. You can't take that man out at second. Years past, he'd be in left field.
Years past, that's runs scored for the Cardinals, because there's no way they complete that double play without him throwing it into the stands after he gets depleted. You can't even try to turn that back in the day.
Give him credit, though. He made a nice turn.
He made a nice turn.
Oh, yeah.
It's like there's like a wall in front of you, second base bag, so all you got to do is jump back. Worst comes to worst, you just throw the ball kind of off the player a little bit, and you got a double play ball.
There's Farmer, who is 0 for 5 head-to-head against Helsley. Cardinals are hitless tonight with runners in scoring position. 0 for 10, I believe. Farmer has been good in these spots. 323 with runners in scoring position. Fastball and a strike.
Cincinnati 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position. And the 0-2 pitch hit out of play. 0-2 pitch. Hit sharply to third. Arenado looks back the runner. Romine stays put, and a key first out. That first out, keeping that runner at second, is huge.
It is. I just don't understand the non-bunting in this league now. How do you not move that runner over to third base?
San Martin right now is the pitcher of record for the Reds, and they have nobody throwing in their pen, which means that Albert, if they don't make that move, would face a lefty to start the 11th if we get there. There's Donovan Solano. Strike one.
Do you not agree with me? Do you not just put a guy over, bunt him over to third just to see what happens? I mean, you have to get one run, one chance, one pass ball, one error, one base hit, and you win.
I tend to agree.
It's not like you're now the visiting team. It changes things, but the home team. I want to hear it.
Lopez on deck. Well,
I do. I want to hear it. I'm just trying to.
Well, here's what I'm saying.
What I'm thinking about was how I feel on the baseball field.
I don't know if guys know how to bunt.
I'm with you on that, but they have to. I don't even care.
They're not asked to do it any other time.
These guys way too much. This game has changed so much for just the softness. You can't slide into anybody. You can't break up a double play. You can't slide into the catcher. The catcher can't block the plate. You can't bunt. I mean, come on. Can't throw the ball inside.
That would be my reasoning. You're asking guys to do things that they haven't done, can't do, won't do. The strikeout. 102 from Ryan Helsley. Whop. Switch hitter Lopez.
You know how you time the pitcher right to see what his time is with the man on first? That's so fast you couldn't even hit the buttons quick enough to time the ball out of the hand to the catcher's glove with the fastball.
And so they'll walk Lopez, and then it looks like David Bell, you would have to think, would counter, and he is, and it'll be Colin Moran. So they have used everybody position player wise now on their bench. Anyway, that was just my take on it, is that you're asking guys to do stuff that they just don't do. They're not accustomed to doing it.
I'm with you on that, but
doesn't make it right. It's just the way it is.
I'm also with you. I'm with you on that 100%. And we know that there's guys that can't bunt, just like there's guys that can't hit the ball in the air when you need to. But those are the reasons why you're not winning baseball games nowadays. You cannot let that slide. You cannot have the bad news bears running around out there banging into each other, and you cannot have guys throwing the ball from center field over the guy at second base's head, bouncing into the mound. And you cannot not have guys able to bunt, or you cannot play in this league as a team. And if you look, you're at the bottom of the list. It's just facts. You can do all the analytics you want. Game still has got to be played the right way.
Here's Moran, so he'll hit from the left side. And again, the final position player on the bench.
Half the time they don't want to ask guys to bunt because they're like, oh, well, he's hot, or, you know, he doesn't know how to bunt. Enough of that. Just ask him to bunt so we win and go home. You're trying to win the league, you know, like you're trying to win the game. And my other thing is, when you're going to ask of that in a playoff game, that's when you're going to be in massive trouble. And that's going to cost you maybe a game and maybe the series.
Yeah. So 2 outs and 2 on. Pitch number 16 from Helsley. And Moran looks at a strike. His appearance number 500 of his major league career. He's sitting on 399 hits.
He might be the last guy that I want to see come to the plate, too, with his career against the Cardinals so far.
And the 0-1 pitch. Nothing in 2 the count. Winning run at second. And the 0-2. Got him and held on to by Molina. Good work, Ryan Helsley. The 11th inning coming up. And so is Albert in a 2-2 game. We thought it might be his final plate appearance here in Cincy back in the 8th inning. But neither team has scored, so he's got
Another crack at it here in the 11th. Albert tonight is 0 for 4. He'll face the lefty in his second inning, Raver San Martin. Arenado hit into the inning-ending double play in the 10th. Albert tonight is grounded out twice. He is struck out and flied to left.
the first pitch to Albert Pujols. A couple of times now that San Martin has not gotten that pitch on the inside corner.
I mean, that's really borderline. Like I said, we're at a really bad angle as far as the camera goes. But you can see he might be just sitting inside so much that it could go up through the plate. But where the catcher's glove is set up, he's in off the plate.
O'Neill on deck, and then Nootbaar. 2-0 on Albert Pujols. The next. Good rip.
Good swing, inside out right there.
The 2-1 pitch to Pujols. Albert lifts a fly ball into right. And the catch is made by Lopez. Arenado tagging up from second to third.
I'll be honest with you, Danny. I think he was trying to hit the ball the other way.
What gave you that
Clearly
indication?
was not trying to pull the ball. And I think he knows he could either flip it out there for moving a runner over, or if he gets a hold of it, which he almost did, that might be a cheap home run. Look at the swing. No effort at all to pull that ball. And what he was doing earlier, he knows he just missed it. I mean, he knows he got the runner over too, but what he was doing earlier, he was flying open, and so he fixed that, and that is a great at bat right there.
Infield in. Tyler O'Neill at the plate. And the first pitch to O'Neill. A strike. Andre Palante throwing for St. Louis in the bullpen. Here's an 0-1 pitch with the infield in. Inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cardinals 0 for 11 tonight with runners in scoring position. And the 1-1. The foul ball off his foot.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Just need a fly ball to right center.
Can Tyler O'Neill come through here in the 11th? Fouled back. I know you're frustrated with the bunting situation. I'm going to assume that you didn't want Albert to bunt. I'll go ahead and assume that one.
No, I did not, because I knew he could do that. You know, I figured there was going to be something involved where he was going to figure out how to get it done.
Sure. 1-2. Hit sharply to short.
Gotta be kidding me.
The Cardinals need a 2-out hit. Lars Nootbaar.
That ball goes 2 feet further to the left. He's got no chance of catching that. Crazy game, huh?
The way it works.
Been standing there for 100+ years.
So Arenado, the go-ahead run down at third base. Here's Nootbaar. Pinch hit in the 9th inning and walked and stole the base. And the first pitch is a ball. The 1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. The next off the plate. The count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Three and 1, Molina on deck.
Something about hitting against a lefty right here. He would rather walk you than give up a hit, so you got to be careful.
3-1 pitch to Lars Nootbaar. Grounder foul.
3-2. You've got Molina on deck too, so
I'm surprised he even challenged him right there at all.
I am too.
And not that, it's just because, you know, a lot of relievers come in, they just do not want to give up the hit. They'd rather move on to the next guy or have someone come and bail him out of the bullpen.
3-2.
Like so.
So here you go. Yadier Molina snapped it 0 for 22 with a base hit to right center back in the 7th inning. And he is 1 for 4. The Cardinal fans with the chant of Yadi, Yadi, Yadi. And a check on Nootbaar. Might be a little too deep in right field. That's a Lopez in right.
That is, yeah, I was going to say, he's a lot deep. Playing no doubles.
I mean, with Yadi at the plate, he's got to be in a step or two. He'll serve that into right.
There's a lot of room in right center, shallow right.
The next, and Molina taps it foul, 0-2. And an 0-2 pitch. And Molina strikes out. San Martin, great work out of their pen. Monte and the Chevy called to the pen. The Cardinals strand 2 more. The rubber game of this series. Helsley, nice work out of the pen. To get us to this point, San Martin, outstanding job.
Did a really good job. Of all of the guys that came in and the situations that they came in, I thought for sure that the Cardinals lineup would be able to score runs there, and he did a nice job holding the offense down. 2 innings, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, I thought were going to cost him, but he did a nice job.
So TJ Frito pinch hit in the 8th inning, but then was left standing at the plate because Fairchild got picked off, and then he bunted to start the 9th. And so keep that in mind here. The bunt base hit, and so Arenado thinking about that as well. We'll see how the Cardinals want to play it here. Both corners are in. Colin Moran, the runner at second base. And the first pitch showing bunt. It's a strike. See how the umpire peeked around Yachty there before he made the call?
Well, also, and you can't argue this if you're a hitter, especially how much he moved, but I think Frito got in the way also of the umpire because
Maybe
the umpire's
so.
in the slot, right?
Yeah.
And he stepped across the home plate. So now not only did he get a little block from Yachty, but he also got blocked from the hitter. So that might be the hitter's fault.
And the 0-1 pitch.
And you can't really argue with the strike zone when you're dancing all around in the box either.
So in that particular pitch, Cardinals were charging with Arenado. Then you'd have to have Tommy Edman get to the bag at third to have any type of opportunity to get him. Made that ridiculous play down in Tampa. And the 1-1 pitch. Softly hit up the middle. Donovan will backhand. He'll beat it out. Runners at the corners and nobody out with an infield hit.
Unfortunate right here. Just a complete jam shot. Good pitch. And a guy that can run, put the ball in play.
So Nolan Gorman has grabbed a glove, and they're going to put an extra defender on the infield. Take out Dickerson. And talk about defensively the alignment here. Barrero has walked and scored in the 3rd, hit into a double play, grounded into a fielder's choice, and also flied out to left.
Selling the farm here.
Yep. So left on the bench for the Cardinals, Andrew Kisner, the only available position player. Three infielders on the left side, 2 on the right. They bunch in the gaps. Barrera at the plate. First pitch to him. Take it for a ball. You have Fraley, who pinch hit back in the 7th, on deck.
And the 1-0 pitch by Palante. 2-0. Be interesting to see if you get a strikeout here, which you can.
Now you got 2 tough customers coming up, too.
You do, but would you walk one of them to set up the potential force at any bag?
I think about that, but India can run.
Yep.
And he's been swinging a bat pretty well. And
2
you just have
hits
to
tonight.
pick your poison, basically, right?
Right now, Ollie's thinking he can get this guy. We'll see. And the 2-0 pitch, runner goes, and it's grounded to Goldschmidt, and he'll step on the bag.
Hey, Palante. See where he was going to back up home, I think. Well, the thing is, too, here now, what's your matchup? You like the matchup with the curveball against Fraley, who I think struck out on the curveball from Gio, right? And so you can give him a heavy dose of that stuff with keeping the fastball out of the zone and up, and then sneaking the breaking ball in. You know, you can pitch that way. You can throw fastballs out of the zone on purpose and throw strikes with the curveball and just see what happens.
3 infielders now on the right side. And the first pitch taken high by Jake Fraley.
Now you can drop a breaking ball in there, pitch him a little backwards. And if you get too far behind, then you're going to have to go after India. I would rather see India hitting with 2 outs instead of 1, but you kind of don't have that luxury here.
Second and third, only run that matters is down at third base. It's Colin Moran. And the 1-0 pitch by Palante. A strike.
It's a good pitch right there.
A ball and a strike. The outfielders playing way in. Infield in. And the 1-1 pitch. Good play by Yachty to keep it in front.
That little dot is in the grass.
You know, another thing to think about, Jimmy, if you get out of this situation with Fraley, first base open, you could walk India, load him up, and then pitch to Austin Romine.
I think that's not a bad option right there.
I think you'd almost have to go in that direction.
Thing with me is you have to be careful of the guys who can get on with different ways, right? And Romine's more of a fly ball power hitter with not a high average. And then
ground ball, play at the plate, throw up the line. The tag is there. And it looked like he may have snuck under the glove, but he's called out at the plate. If you're David Bell,
you have to review
that.
You got
a challenge. Well, yeah, you're going to review it.
You have a double challenge, don't you, with the blockage and of the slide?
I don't think he'd get it on the block of the plate, but I think he would.
I think he's going to try, though. The only reason I'm saying that is because that's been in the news a lot lately.
Yeah.
And so you might as well bring it up. Everyone's aware of it.
So he may be telling him, look, I want to challenge whether or not he's out or safe, and then, or rather reverse it, just if it's a block plate.
I think Yachty kind of got confused here, too.
Got the lane there, and then you can review whether or not he's safe or out.
Is that the runner was out at home. Cincinnati has challenged all aspects of this play.
I think the umpire is trying to say that too, that he's looking at whether or not
I think
it's blocked or he's safe or out.
If you're David Bell and you're really not clear on exactly what rules what, you just be like, hey, I want to challenge everything.
Now what we're told too is that a lot of the calls on the field are being blocked by what happened at the plate, so the camera views aren't great on this play. I initially thought, Jimmy, just watching it live, I thought he snuck under the glove.
Well, they just showed a shot from upper third base on the scoreboard, and if they have that angle in New York, I'd be shocked if they don't call him safe. This angle right here looks pretty bad. Because I don't think Yachty gets the glove down in time. Oh, he does.
Oh, he does.
He is out. Great job. On the big screen up there, you can't see the glove. So
they can enhance that view.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. The runner is out. There was no blocking by the catcher. Cincinnati will lose its challenge.
Now the Cardinals can go back to their traditional defense, and they'll put Donovan in left field.
Gorman at second.
Yep, and like we talked about, they're going to walk India and bring up Austin Romine and a chance to get his former team here. As Palante will get a chance to just stay loose with a warm-up toss to Yachty.
I think this is the right call, 100%, just because of the ways that India can get on base. I mean, shoot, he can even bunt his way on.
You make a case right now, he's their best hitter in their lineup.
Especially tonight.
2 more hits tonight, 14-game hitting streak, and also a walk against Ryan Helsley back in the 9th inning. So Austin Romine is at the plate. He came up with 2 runners on in the 9th and popped out to Goldie in foul territory at first base. So 2 outs, bases loaded. First pitch to Romine is taken for a ball. Cardinals, if we get there, would have Brendan Donovan due up first. Then Tommy Edman and Nolan Gorman. 2 outs, bases loaded, and the 1-0 pitch. Fastball, the strike. 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch to Romine. Ground ball chopped to the right side. Backhanded by Goldie. To the bag. Palante's there. Let's keep it going. Goldie, the perfect throw to Palante. What a ball game this has turned into. It's 2-2.
The scheduled runner, by the way, for the Cardinals would be Molina. We'll see if they want a pinch run, but what a play there by Goldie.
Yeah, and great job by Palante, getting to the bag, slowing down, giving him a target, and then making sure he catches it first and then steps on the base. This is a big, huge play with a lot on the line.
Look at that, right at his chest.
Right, perfect. And Yachty's going to run, Danny.
So at the plate it is Donovan. And the new pitcher is Derek Law.
An interesting inning right here with Donovan, Edman, and then Gorman.
So all lefties coming up.
Now that the number 2 spot is vacated by the 3rd person tonight.
Fourth appearance for Law, second with Cincinnati. Pitched yesterday, 2 innings. Kunal is available, but or at least in their pen. We're not sure if he's available tonight. And there's a strike.
Here's the other thing too, Danny. If you don't go 1, 2, 3, and what you don't have to in order to keep the run from scoring, you got Goldie.
Yep.
So you basically have to think that there's a pretty good chance he's going to hit. Someone's got to fight their way on.
The next 2, Donovan.
I'd hate to say it, but I think you might have to take here.
And he does, and he takes a walk. Runners at first and second and nobody out.
Now they're going to run.
Here comes Kisner. And the batter will be Tommy Edman. It'll be the final time that we see Yadier Molina in Cincinnati. All the great years and moments. Boy, did he have some moments here. Brandon Phillips, grand slam home run on opening day, year after year. Now I want to talk about the situation here with runners at first and second. We are in the 12th inning, tied 2-2.
That's the longest game I've been a part of since they started doing the second base stuff. How about you?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think I've gotten past the 10th. One thing they have done is they have sped it up.
The first pitch to Tommy Edman is taken for a strike. Edman with a base hit all the way back in the first inning, was hit by a pitch, lined out to center, doubled into the left field corner, and grounded out to second. Shortstop Barrero trying to keep Kisner tight at second base. And the next pitch, Edman bunting and pushed foul. Becomes very important, the secondary lead, if you're going to bunt, obviously, with Kisner.
Got a good secondary and a good jump if that ball goes down off the barrel.
Nothing into the count. Room on the left side of the infield. And the next to Tommy Edman. Popped up. Infield fly in the first out. So here is Nolan Gorman. Barring a double play ball game, you'll get your wish of Goldie coming up. Well, they're fairly shallow in the outfield, and the power of Gorman, it gets by one of those guys. You're talking about two-run scoring. Hits it off the end of the bat and then off the dugout.
It's not supposed to go that way.
Love to see Nolan just turn on one and crush it. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Taken high. Certainly has the ability to do that.
Yes, he does, and they're trying to give him one to hit too, because Just throwing balls off speed pitches middle in for him to blast.
And the 1-1 pitch to Nolan Gorman off the plate. He may get a pitch right here to crush. Goldie on deck. He does not want to go 3-1. The 2-1 pitch to Nolan Gorman. It might have been it.
Good swing right there.
Yep.
Just a little late.
And Gorman hits a high fly ball.
You hear the sound off the bat right there? It's loud.
Runners will stay put. The batter will be Paul Goldschmidt.
And he just missed hitting the ball a long way right there.
Farmer, Solano, and Lopez due up for the Reds in their half of the 12th. Goldie has been on base 3 times tonight. Pair of walks and a single to right. Slowly hit. And the Cardinals will strand 2. And the bullpens on both sides tonight have been outstanding. One thing this does show is a lack of, in certain ways, fundamentals of just
small ball.
Well, yeah, I mean, moving a runner over, bunting, those kind of things, it does expose it. I mean, I watch games all over the place, and you see it all the time in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, it's a different game. Even I was talking to Barry Larkin a couple innings ago, and he said, the game has changed, Jim. I started laughing. That it has.
So the home half of the 12th. Romine will be a runner at second, and this is Kyle Farmer. Vellante got out of the jam in the 11th.
Even when they moved the runner over with Albert's fly ball, O'Neill hits a missile right at the shortstop. This is can't keep leaving the home team in this situation right here.
So Farmer gets the bunt down. He had struck out 3 times tonight. He was 0 for 5, so he gets the bunt down, and now again the infield will be in.
You better get the bunt down with that night, huh?
So they'll bring in Donovan again. You've got Solano here. He's got a couple of hits, 2 of the 12 for the Reds. Would assume they'd walk him in this spot. Would think you have to. Yep, that's going to be the case there.
You got to walk both guys, right?
I'd certainly look at it.
Only reason being is because I think that Lopez has that kind of swing where he's going to fight balls in play.
Then you'd face the bases loaded.
Child, but 2 hits, so
you'd have.
Or no, I'm sorry,
Moran.
Moran, yeah, my bad. There's so many marks on this lineup card I can't see who's who. The reason I don't like this matchup because he's already shown he can slap the ball the other way, and that's what you're going to have to do against Palante.
First pitch. And a swing and a miss.
You're going to have to challenge him right here.
Struck out 12 times in 84 at bats coming into play. We saw him slap it the other way, as you mentioned, a bunch last night. The 0-1 pitch by Palante.
That's why you got to go in there. You know, he's the kind of guy we talk about all the time, right? He's the guy you have to stay in hard, and you up 2 strikes, you got to stay in there. You can't give him time to adjust to the breaking ball and flip at something. Every time the little guys that slap the ball around, you give them a breaking ball that's not sharp with 2 strikes. And if it's a strike, they have time to see it and then slap at it. So hopefully he buries one right here if he's going to throw the breaking ball.
And the 0-2 runner goes, and a ground ball that's hit to short. Play at the plate again. A strike to Kisner. They got him. Tommy's done it again. And Romine is hurt. May have gotten the tag in the face.
Dirt in the face, one of the two.
The Budweiser play of the game, and again, Tommy Edman coming up. And this throw is right there.
In the shoulder. I'm just not big on sliding head first into home plate. Got it right in
the
face. Donovan's getting a workout, running back and forth, getting the glove.
Romine, by the way, is your backup catcher tonight.
For now.
And so now runners at first and second. Here's Colin Moran. And a high chopper put in play. Arenado not in time. Nothing you can do about that in an infield hit. The bases are loaded.
That was what I thought he was going to do the last time when I told you how much he's done against us in the history of his career, even though he's not. The numbers aren't crazy. He finds a way to get on.
Here's TJ Friedel. He came in as a pinch hitter late in the ball game and has stayed in, obviously. 2 for 2. This spot in the lineup has not made an out. It's 5 for 5. Friedel along with Aquino, who started this. And the first pitch, a fastball and a strike. Cardinals, if we get to the 13th, would have Arenado, Pujols, and O'Neill. Goldschmidt would be the runner at second. And the 0-1. Ground ball. Taken there. Easily handled. Gorman. Lucky 13 for one of these teams, maybe, coming up. Let's go to the 13th, tied at 2. Both sides. Game 1 starter Chase Anderson was just picked up and was working out of the pen at a AAA affiliate.
Just another bullpen day. 36 pitches the other night on Monday.
Yeah. So Chevy called to the pen. They have used the lefty San Martin, their only lefty. Jabot, Diaz, Farmer, Strickland, Law, Warren. I would tell you that Kuno is probably not available here tonight.
We have to be pushing the record for most pitchers used in a 3-game series by the Reds. Pretty close.
Game 1
regular
was a bunch.
season.
Yeah.
We had 7 or 8 and then 6 or 7.
Cardinals out of their pen, still available. You got Stratton, Woodford, and Thompson. There's Arenado with Goldie at second. Nolan with 2 hits tonight. Hanging breaking ball, then fouled back. Whew. Nolan's eyes got big.
What they call a hookie. I don't know what that means, but I've heard it a lot.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Foul back. Nothing in 2. Pujols on deck.
Why do you call that a cookie?
Tim McCarver called them cookies all the time.
I know. I could see a meatball.
Something sweet.
But the cookie could be like flying saucer. It could be kind of like, like throwing a frisbee.
Hadn't thought of it that way, but maybe.
I mean, I don't know other way you think about it.
Here's a 0-2 pitch. Well, you like a cookie, right?
You think about it just sitting there on the table, ready to eat.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I really love to have the definition of where that came from, because I understand it, because
everybody says it.
Everyone says it, but I don't really. Doesn't match up with the situation.
A ball and 2 strikes on Nolan Arenado. The next. Well, ran in on his hands, fouled back.
Look at that ball is at. That ball's in.
Now to play again.
Nolan's hit a couple breaking balls hard. They're trying to stay hard with him, pitching them in. If he makes that adjustment, though, he might have to ask for a new baseball.
He's got good numbers against Anderson. 8 doubles. 4 homers. And the 1-2 off the plate. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2. 3-2.
You see that knuckle curve when he pulls it out of his glove right there. I don't know if you can see that from the plate, but you definitely see it from back here.
Nolan just might launch one here. 3-2. And he hits it to the right side. Advancing Goldie to third base. In steps Albert.
What could be his last at bat here in Cincinnati.
Said that a few times.
How many standing ovations can you get for your last at bat?
Pujols 0 for 5 tonight. Infield in. He's 2 for 4. No home runs against Anderson. Does have a run batted in. And Albert smokes one into center. Backing up, making the catch. Here's Goldie. He'll score. And Albert Pujols has put the Cardinals on top with his 41st run batted in. 3-2 here in the 13th.
Now, how about the 42-year-old Albert Pujols? Moves a runner over. They don't score. And what does he do? He drives the runner in for the third when it's needed. Talk about playing fundamental baseball. He's still doing it.
And now Tyler O'Neill. So the first run scored in this ball game since the 2-run homer hit by Arenado back in the 4th.
Is your scorecard big enough for that?
I've got one more section, but I have to add it manually.
Do you write a little arrow at the bottom and say over?
Well, I've got 13 innings on my scorecard, and
yes,
I have
sir.
a little space over there that I can.
And then the next one comes out.
Yeah, then I can just go to loose leaf paper.
Loose leaf paper.
2 balls and a strike.
You have no over? Oh, the over is the other team. Yeah, it's one of those.
Yes, sir. The 2-1 pitch.
See next page.
Barrero, Fraley, and India coming up for Cincinnati. 3-2 with 2 outs. And the next inside
to the bat.
O'Neill had a stolen base back in the 4th after a walk. And here's Lars Nootbaar. Pinch hit in the 9th inning. And he has walked twice in a stolen base. That sac fly by Albert Pujols gives him 122 for his career. He passes Frank Thomas and Hank Aaron for 4th in Major League history. In the air, deep right, Nootbaar, long home run, and he knew it. Lars Nootbaar, a blast out to right, and the Cardinals have opened up a 5-2 lead here in inning number 13.
Tell me who's not having fun now. Look at these guys. This takes a little time. He's like prime time running around second. Woo. Striding it out. I mean, he has a lot of fun playing this game. I love watching him play.
And a strike on Kisner.
I was trying to tell you earlier that that was Albert's 2,191st RBI. That is unbelievable every time I see it.
It's home run number 10 hit by Nootbaar. And Kisner grounds out the sac fly, the RBI by Pujols, and a 2-run blast. Lars Nootbaar, 5-2 St. Louis. Albert loving it. You mentioned it. That was a heck of an at-bat by Tyler O'Neill.
Oh, yes.
With a little breathing room now, up by 3, runner at second, nobody out. And Palante has a chance to win this game, and he will have more than earned it. So Friedel is the runner to start this inning. Barrero at the plate. And the first pitch by Palante, a grounder, backing up Paul Goldschmidt. Palante to the bag and the out. You had Tommy Edman with 2 throws to the plate to get runners trying to score from third. You had the Goldschmidt play on the backhand
to extend the ball game with Palante covering and a perfect throw. A lot of little things
that have added up defensively here for the Cardinals late. Multiple times bringing a outfielder in.
I mean, so far at this point, if you're Ollie, you got to be happy with pretty much your pitching staff and your defense for sure. They did a great job of
hit up the middle. And a base hit into right. Run will score. The tying run comes to the plate.
They did a great job of playing defense when it was needed.
Not over yet. There's India, who's been on base 4 times tonight. Couple of walks, 1 intentional, and a RBI base hit. to right field and also singled to left. Hitting streak now at 14 games for India. It's grounded into 4 double plays. Palante has induced 15 ground ball double plays, tops among rookies in all of baseball. 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0. And the fastball in for a strike. 2-1.
I can't believe he didn't swing at that right there. The way he's been swinging, you can even see the dip in the back leg. He just got beat.
A 2-1 pitch. 2-2.
Just curious how you can keep your hair that wet in the bottom of the 13th inning. That's some pretty good material right there. I could see you start to use that kind of stuff. Keep your hair nice and slick back the whole game.
Sure. 3-2, and he walked him. Austin Romine. Romine, a home run in this series.
He was thrown out at the plate. Looked at that time that he might have injured his shoulder, but stayed into the ball game here. Chris Stratton beginning to throw. Palante is at 28 pitches. Romine 0 for 2 tonight. And a double play candidate. It's grounded into 2 this year. And time called. The 0-1. A ball and a strike. Both clubs out of position players. Kuno, the only available reliever for the Reds, but they've stayed away from him. Cardinals have Stratton, Woodford, and Thompson listed in their pen. The 1-1. And it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Hate to say it, but I think you need to go in hard and down underneath him. I feel like he's one of those guys, if you hang him something, he'd swing and just kind of the other way, like that pitch right there, and shoot it in that gap in right center.
And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Like that slow curveball right there.
On the night, the Reds have out hit the Cardinals 14-8. Neither club has committed an error. Reds have stranded 17. And the Cardinals 1 out away from winning the series and winning the ball game.
Danny, that is executing a pitch right there, throwing the curveball that he got down below the zone to get the swing and miss chase. That's where you cannot miss. And he made a nice pitch right there.
Be careful with Farmer. The 8 home runs and a hot shot to short. Picked. Force. Game. Cardinals win it 5-3. They take 2 of 3 and a final of 5-3 in 13 innings.
Wow, what a game. I mean, back and forth, a bunch of zeros. Long game. They made it, Danny. They made it. Won the series.
The fun night of baseball. 5-3 the final in 13 innings. Pujols put the Cardinals on top, and then Newbar some insurance. A late home run. The final time for Yachty and Albert here in Cincinnati. They walk away with a win in 13 innings. Stay with us. Post-game show comes your way next.